Yo. Excuse me. What's up? Hey everyone. Bear with me a second. I had to do some very last minute audio things, and so I need to rebalance myself ever so slightly. Hi Maelstrom, welcome. I am just going to ramp my output gain up. There we go. And a little bit more, and a little bit more, and there we are. That should be me. Back to normal. I know, we're getting crackles, and I don't know why it started happening, and I tried to fix it, and there's nothing I could do about it. Nothing I did worked. So, I mean, it's not too bad. It's like that. So, it's like if I do a really long bit, we get a little crackle. I'm just gonna have to live with it for now. It's really shit. I don't have time to fix it, so I'll just have to deal with it. To be honest, I think it might have always been there. It's more pronounced now because I changed the order of my compressor. So, yeah, it's something to do with USB timings, and I'm having issues with my CPU overheating, so I've been changing my fan timings and stuff. I just need to do a lot of stuff. Anyway, welcome, good morning. Let's drop that a little bit more, and we're here for Xenosaga 2. Beyond Good and Evil. Whatever that is in German. Jenseits von Gut und Böse or something like that. I can't actually see my title from here, so sorry, don't know. Jenseits von Gut und Böse, I want to say. It's gonna be great. Also, in my pre-stream I tried to eat some noodles, but then I got distracted because I realized there was something more important I needed to do, which was to get this. So, and I have that. But everything else is good to go. I did! It's because people keep saying dud in Scarlet Nexus, and yeah, I was ready. I was not ready. I wasn't prepared, so now I am. Let's see if I can get this going without too many more tech issues, because I've had enough. I was playing Path of Exile just before this, and I was like looking for a point to go back to town, but then my PC just crashed for me and solved that problem, so that was cool. And of course, special coloured aspect edges for Xenosaga, which is going to be probably fairly quiet, so let's balance that as well. I'm just going to let this run for a bit, see if it shows us anything cool. So Xenosaga 2, this is the first one they released in the West. We didn't get the first game in Europe. They did get it in America, so not exactly the West, just in Europe. And it came with a CD of all the cutscenes from the first game. I actually played the first game first. I got an import version of it, so that was good. But yeah, so a lot of people's first experience with Xenosaga in Europe would have been this game, I imagine. This is one where I remember precisely one frame of a cutscene, and I have no other knowledge of what happens in this game. I never finished the trilogy, so 3 is a complete mystery, and this is basically a complete mystery too, other than a couple of things. Like that one frame of a cutscene and one area that I think I went to. So this is going to be like a first time playthrough, which is really cool. I want to make sure... This is... Have I just made this really quiet in Windows G? Oh, it does not like that. Right. I think we're good. I used to play with a swap disc, and it was a DVD-9 game that didn't work with swap discs, so I ended up having to burn some dodgy version someone made with all these cutscenes compressed to fit on a regular DVD. That's exactly what I had to do. Yep, I ordered it, I owned a physical copy of it, and it was a DVD-9, and it did not work with swap magic. So somebody made a 4 gig version, which you could burn to a disk, and it was great. Swap Magic did, however, work with my imported version of Final Fantasy XII, which was nice. Right, let's get into it. I feel like it's chugging a little bit, and it was fine when I tested it, but... Oh, okay, so here's a cool thing. My memory card has Xenosaga Episode 1 clear data, which people from the Europe obviously wouldn't have. The Europe. So... you get a swimsuit for Ziggy and Cosmos, who didn't have swimsuits in the first game because they're robots. And for some reason this thing called a geriatric swimsuit. So, I don't know what that is. Wow, we can have Dolby Digital 5.1 audio, but I don't have an optical cable plugged into my overclocked PS2, so we won't bother with that. We'll keep subs on. I don't even know what'll happen with that. Sure, let's just leave it in stereo, and... let's go. First of all, I need to test my keys. Let's let this run. Oh, it is now very loud. Let's turn that down. Okay.
What you're seeing here is footage from the violence that erupted before
Cool bonus.
These seemingly coordinated Realian attacks were reported throughout Federation territory, prompting government officials to consider this movement an act of terrorism. The response to these Realians has been...
Someone's having a great time.
There's been a new development.
I think it's Albedo.
Continue to analyze these violent events. A flash action report within the Federation and obtained by this station indicates that only Realian models created within the last 2 years, or those receiving adjustments in the Miltian star system, have been implicated. Although this is not a complete list, we have obtained a partial list of units matching these criteria. This list includes DZ-100-6448, DZ-200-330, DZ-100-1007.
Today was just the beginning of the ensuing violence. These Realian outbreaks...
For some reason, the game is having a really hard time today with its cutscenes. I might have to downscale it or something. It was fine. Definitely not Skynet, no.
So, what does that have to do with the operation?
This runs a lot better than the first one overall.
I'd like to know why I was chosen for this mission. I'm told that the military has detained all of its Realians. I find it difficult to believe that they don't have any misgivings.
So if you're a massive music nerd like me, you're listening to Yuki Kajiura right now, who they got for all the cutscenes in this game, but not a lot of the world music.
I've been given the CEO's personal guarantee that you won't be affected like the others.
And in fact, when they released the soundtrack, they only had the rights to release Yuki Kajiura's music. So all of the music that exists in the levels, that was written by... who is it? Shinji Hosoi.
Joining you on board as your navigator.
I appreciate the offer, but you may want to reconsider.
And it won't be on any of the soundtracks they released.
Right.
Yeah. We're gonna unleash some of our power.
Alright, it's settled then.
It begins.
Good luck to both of you.
And the funniest part is...
This is a top secret mission.
oh, just wait till you see it.
Transmitters will be switched off, and under no circumstances will you receive backup from this vessel. You'll have to manage your descent and return on your own. You can expect heavy resistance from both UTIC enemy craft and Federation military units deployed throughout Milsha. It's gonna be dangerous, so watch yourselves out there.
Don't worry. I'm coming back.
Yeah.
Operator, requesting confirmation.
Yeah, we have a sort of semi-Darling in the Frank situation going on here.
Correct?
Correct. The URTV the situation allows,
Cool mech.
we'll then infiltrate UTIC's mother frame and acquire the Y data.
Do you reckon he's the legs and Chaos is the arms?
Roger. We'll do what we can.
Dolly's in the Frankenbeans.
Yes, Asher. Startup sequence complete. Requesting launch.
Launch request confirmed. Now guiding
This is probably the soundtrack I've listened to the most. This and 3.
Defensive shields deployed. Ready when you are.
Roger. Initiating launch procedure. Good luck.
Whee! That's when they find out. Yeah, when they find out it can fly. We didn't know before. We just were gonna fire into the sun.
Currently passing through the troposphere. Outer hull temperature returning to normal. Adjusting descent path by 0.22.
Oh, my bitrate's gonna love that.
To our target. Approach warning. Incoming craft detected. They're on an intercept course.
This was sometime after Zone of the Enders,
Stop
so they got a little bit of time to take influence from that.
Shockwave to gain an advantage on them. You've got control of the weapons.
Roger. It looks like they're unmanned. With no G-force limit, they can outmaneuver us. They might pull some crazy moves out there, so be careful.
It just makes them all the more predictable.
I like these long cutscenes because noodle breakfast. Wee! Whoa, radical dude!
There's no end to these guys. And we
Yeah.
don't have much
Yeah, you're probably right.
energy left either. Let's find some
There'll be a
place
lot
to
of back
settle
and
down.
forth between. Well, Xenosaga 1 exists because Outlaw Star exists, which exists because Gundam exists, and more to the point, because Captain Harlock exists. Yeah, and then Zoe happened. This is like what happened with Gears of War, right? Like Resident Evil 4 happened, then Gears of War made a game that was like Resi 4, and then Resi 5 made a game that was like Gears of War. And then Resi 7 was totally different.
We're empty.
There's just a big gap between 5 and 7, it's weird. They could have made 6, but someone made The Evil Within 2, which is a much better game.
True. You really
That they
are
would have
as good
done.
as they say.
How are you handling the feedback? You know, a normal person would have probably passed out by now.
Chaos isn't a normal person.
Jeopardizing the mission.
He's only using some of his power.
I'm fine. It feels like it's had some special tuning, but that just makes it more interesting.
I see. Well,
So yeah, this is quite new type Gundam-y, isn't it?
Has
It's
the
like
navigator immediately. I can operate this thing fine by myself.
Roger.
it's like that. And now, finally, hello V, we get control. Xenosaga 2, let's go! Oh,
Looks like we're
I bought a jar of pickles earlier for the first time in my life.
Plus, I'd say the
And I ate a whole one. It was okay.
down takes out the idea of an airborne approach.
It's very vinegary, and it's sort of still lingering.
Fortunately, the rubble from the burned-out buildings should provide us enough cover to cross the city unnoticed.
Agreed. We'd better get moving.
So this is, I don't remember what this guy's name is, or if we were told, but he's definitely the life of the party, we can tell.
Not much time. Does this have something to do with the URTVs? Those designer children?
The Apple Home children?
Yes, that's right. We need to
Yeah, I don't know if I'd eat a whole one all the time. I really just wanted one to put on burgers.
You do realize that's a different story from what I heard in my official briefing.
Pate or Parma ham.
doubt. As
Or
the
cream
Federation
cheese.
Government Special Forces, the URTVs were sent in ahead of the invasion. I'm sure you understand what they represent in the conflict against the UTIC organization.
Right. I understand that their bioweapons sent in to sever the link between the UTIC's mobile weapons fleet and their source of power, the Zohar.
The higher-ups have complete confidence in the URTVs. They are the military's trump card. Unfortunately, the brass are also blind to the potential dangers of the URTVs.
Fascinating. I hadn't realized the situation was so desperate.
One cannot have emotions on the battlefield, or at any other time. Whee! Okay, we start off in an eggs. Or an ES, I don't know what they actually call these in this game. They were called eggs. Just checking my menus. So we got Battle Party Leader Select. We have status, of course, tech, skills, which is per character. The skills are totally different, so at some point I'm going to have to run through the tutorial for that. Ether... Sure. This is a massive save point. Okay, I need to test this because one had a really bad bug that was fixed in a later version of PCSXE. Where it would crash because it tried to take a screenshot. Luckily, I have that working, so we're good. Just a sec. Just do this right quick. Alright, that's fine. Feels like it's running a little slower than before. Like, I know I can speed it up a lot. Maybe I'll just have to get used to it. This might just be how it runs. When there are multiple targets, press R1 or R1 to switch between them. Okay. So this is the little... I basically got to this point. I played this much of the game when I tested it. So I know that now that I have that power shield, I can actually equip it. How do I do that? Tech? Oh no, these are techniques, of course. Party? Status. Right, so that power shield gives us some defense. That's nice.
So tell me, what exactly are we expecting to happen here?
Well, the problem is that the URTVs aren't merely machines. They're real people, with their consciences intact. The system that currently controls the Zohar was actually designed to be used for the UMN transport system. However...
Yes.
Well, they experimented with the transport of living beings numerous times, but every attempt ended in failure.
According to the records, 99.76% of them were killed instantly.
However, it seems that on very rare occasions...
So why'd you keep doing it? That seems like a terrible
They
rate.
didn't exist as people anymore, though. They were just things, never able to recover their consciousness, the very element that made them human.
Mental breakdown.
Lieutenant General Helmer concluded that if contact with the system led to the destruction of the human mind, then even the URTVs created as the system's antithesis might be affected. Therefore, if the URTVs were to suffer a mental breakdown, then likely the Zohar, a source of infinite energy, would spiral out of control. That would be devastating.
And yet, the General Staff decision wasn't overturned. I suppose that's where we come in.
Enemy aims. Oh, they're not eggs anymore, they're aims. Oh. But I liked eggs. Come into contact with enemy to initiate combat. Let's go! Alright, I'll explain the controls during battle. Fastest craft will move first. Order is displayed using the icons at the bottom right. Yep, that's familiar. Mechanical biological gnosis, same system there. I think the battle system's more or less the same, it's just slightly redesigned UI. Enemy can have its front or back to you. If you attack them in the back, your aim will be 100% and the crit rate will increase 50%. Okay, that's different. When the enemy is facing away, it is to your advantage, but the opposite is true if you're facing away. Yes, I understand. So, we can turn the icons on or off. We can still do the selecting boost things. We still have access to the menu if we want to do specials, which costs EP now, I think. So, let's use Ether on these. We're building up EC, actually. Energy charge? Maybe that's what allows us to use specials. Cutting in the movements order is called boosting. No one can boost because we only have one character. Oh, I guess we can just boost in front of the enemy. Oh no, you gotta be careful with back problems because that stuff will come back to haunt you as well. You can press X to open command. Okay, so we can still boost. Stock will charge the craft's energy by 100. Special will use a special attack. Oh shit, I skipped that. Event slots, we know about those. Increased chance of crits, increased rate at which boost rises, and increased skill points earned from enemies. It's the same as the first game. Did you fiddle your new VST idle yet? No, I installed it just before this though, so it's all ready to go. CTC 0 out of 10. It was Kurtica last time, wasn't it? They've reduced it by a letter. Who the fuck writes CTC for critical? Crit. There are 3 random event slots and 1 non-event. Oh, random events, so these are new. Target loses its turn if damaged, that's TC. I'm gonna say RV is target's boost gauge increases if attacked, so careful with that. And ether damage increased and healing. Only enemies in character battles give skill points, so don't worry about skill in this battle. I guess those 3 replace the blank slot that existed before. So anyway, now we can go to special and use Ice Storm. Pretty cool. The fanfare. Use Alpha Storm? Do I have Alpha Storm in this game? Where did I put Alpha Storm? That's a good question.
Back off! Alpha Storm!
After a battle is over, enemies will be unable to detect us for a little while, yes. That's a trap. It's a trap. It has various effects on enemies within its range. Destroy it to set it off. The color indicates the effect. Yes. Hello, sir. Stock bonus. Stock bonus. What is stock bonus? Oh, right. So if we start with 200 energy points. Got it. So we could just like... Oh, whoops. Oh, I keep using stock. I meant to use special. The fanfare is really goofy. I don't know, it's like a Dragon Quest fanfare. Except not written by an absolute piece of shit. Yeah, I said it. So this is what I was saying, like the music is fine so far. I mean, it's fine. It does the job. I've never really heard or listened to this music because I've only heard the soundtracks they released, which is only cutscene music, so... And you can tell it's a different composer because their styles are so different. Look at all that XP. I can't remember if there was like a run. Oh wait, I just figured out that there's like a steppy button. Hold on a minute. I need to see that again. Wait, do we carry over boost bars between... Oh no, we got a boost bonus because of the trap. Just kind of useless to us, because there's only those. Alright, check it out. Him little steppy. That's the Song of the Nephilim.
What is it? A pillar of light? And that sound. It's more than that. Music.
It's the Song of Nephilim.
You know what it is?
I can't believe it. Even Utic has to be aware of the danger of the song. What could possibly make them?
So I think this is a
This keeps up.
prelude before the first game.
It looks like they think we're the enemy. Any ideas?
Yes,
Me too.
an emergency IFF signal.
We're in prequel-sequel territory. For this point, yeah, it does become a sequel, but I think this bit is prior to the first game's
They
events.
should be receiving our IFF signal.
Because Chaos already knew about the Song of Nephilim and all this other stuff when we met him. And I think this is during the fighting where Junior and Albedo were deployed.
What the? What's going on with them?
This is... It can't be.
I'm pretty sure the Song of Nephilim is what made Albedo lose his mind, so this could be that moment. You okay, buddy? That sounds so good.
Wait.
Ah.
No.
Ugh.
Don't listen to it. Close your mind.
Ah. Reflect! Are you using some of your powers? I think he's using some of his powers. Welcome, Pastry. And then, like, vastly different composer for cutscenes. It's just amazing. It's just a wee smidge.
Is he with us?
I don't know. But he's broadcasting an IFF.
There's your boy.
Attention, unidentified craft. I've received your IFF signal.
If signal.
The other crafts have been tainted, but you seem unaffected. Are you an ally?
Well, it looks like this one's still sane. What do you think?
Getting out of here is our first priority right now. I think we should stick together.
Agreed.
Confirmed. IFF signal accepted. Stand by. I will now eliminate the affected Federation units.
The flutist is going mental. That is a signature of her work. You'll notice it in every fucking song. Every soundtrack Kajiri's ever done. You'll get big sweeping strings, vocalists doing made-up language called Kajiran, and then, like, crazy flautist just going off on one. Swagger. Oh, damn it, I was too late to get a screenshot. I don't know why that was so funny. Hug! Wait, would that be that... What's that guy's called? The Virgil or something like that.
Impressive. I guess that pilot is just as effective on foot as he is in his craft.
Truly amazing. Thanks for the assist. And you?
Nope.
I am Captain Jin Uzuki. You don't look like you're with the regular forces. Well, whoever you are, if you're still operational, I advise you to leave. This place affects people. Some stop being people altogether.
Yeah, he does.
Stop being people?
I don't think anyone has any emotions in this cutscene.
Leave. Not until we've completed our mission.
Your mission?
Forgive us.
Guys, how good would it be if he pulled his helmet off and it was just Ike?
And this is Kanan.
And he's
I
like,
suspect that you're part of the
whoa, what's going on?
Do you know where the URTV force is now? If so,
They're too cool to have emotions. My
The special
theory is that this is like
possess an anti-Udu retro
soon after Gundam Wing was a big thing in the West, and they just kind of did all the acting like Gundam Wing actors,
If you know where they are.
or like Hiro Yui and Wu Fei, particularly,
Well, this
because it was
is
like
quite a coincidence.
early 2000s, late 90s. Well, this was like 2004. It's like 2000s edgelord acting.
Although it's more than that. Fate, perhaps. In any
Oh no,
case,
the anime rain.
thank you.
Hiro at least slapped what, Relina, I think it was. Yeah. I have to stop the anime rain from happening. Better travel back in time to the Big Bang and stop all existence and therefore weather. Whoops. Apparently you're not supposed to get those wet. Damn it, I wanted to do Lil Steppy. The robot had a Lil Steppy. Does Chaos have a Lil... Oh my god, he do. Power walking, it's good for you. Very good exercise. Spin! Okay. Good. I'm gonna have to keep trying this until it crashes, because I need to make sure that it doesn't. This is the first thing you test when making a game. Animation systems have come a long way. Well, we don't... This is like before Shion's magical phone that destroys things technology, and Chaos doesn't give a shit. He's just like... The chests are the same. There are PS1 games that don't have weird fucked up analog smash animations. Yeah, I know.
Conviction, please stand aside.
Alright. Well, take a look at the icons at the bottom left, the basic attacks and consecutive attacks. Oh, it shows you all of them now. That's nice. Yeah, and they changed eggs to aims, which isn't as good. The information next to the attack icon indicates the attack characteristics. So it's a physical attack, it involves running up to the enemy, I guess, and it's a bladed attack. I like this system better because like you can press square and it'll narrow it down to the 2 attacks you can do from that, instead of you having to remember them all, which is great. Circle is run up and punch the guy. Oh, this is a cool track. So B, C. I'm guessing that that's weaknesses. C, B. These are called zones and indicate the location where each attack's hit. Okay, the height. So, over 3 meters is A zone, B zone is regular sized, and C zone is little things. So, punch him in the face, punch him in the nuts, or hit a guy in a building. Got it. Some characters are unable to attack the A zone. The amount of icons is a bit overwhelming. It is, but it does start to make sense. Because we basically had the same thing in the previous game, but instead of icons, it was you could switch between different things, but it would give you like, it would say like beam / ether / something else, and it was all text. So it's basically the same. It's just they're using pictures, and it's going to take us a while to figure out what those are. But before it would show you 2 attacks, and then you press the button, and then you can't undo it, but it will show you what attacks you can do from there, whereas here, it shows you everything you can do, and then you know, right, if I want to do Shion's Moonlight Blade, I have to press these buttons, instead of me having to remember, which is a little nicer, but it is a lot. You can turn them off with LB as well, if you don't like them, so there is that. But yes, it is a lot of icons. Most enemies have a zone that is their weak point. When the zone indicator is shown in red during an attack, that is the enemy's weak point. Be careful, some enemies do not have weak zones. By continuously attacking the enemy's weak zone, you'll be able to break the enemy's guard. For instance, the Utic soldier A in front of me becomes vulnerable with a BB attack. So it looks like the triangle attacks are always C in this case, of this character. Enemy will usually recover from break in 1 turn, but by using boost, you'll be able to maintain the break state for the next character. Okay, that's interesting. Use circle while the enemy is in break to air or down the enemy. Oh, that's what that little icon is on the arrow. That's to air, aerial, and yeah, that's a bit like Final Fantasy 13. Attacks that have air and down icons are able to cause those states. Attacking the enemy in these states will increase the damage. So basically we need to learn the enemy's weakness, combo them with boost so that we can break them and get them down, and then keep using boost to maintain the down state and do as much damage as possible. So let's say we punch, and then we'll boost him. Is he broken yet? Yeah, he's broken. So now we knock him over. Or punch him into the sky. Okay, just stay there. He's just gonna stay in the sky. And I can't do anything because he's in the sky. But he can, so he's gonna do that. He fell over. Oh, he's died. Okay. He fell over, but he's dead. So that's like the new thing they added to combat the down states and breaking. Thanks for the little steppy clip pastry. You should have seen the robot do it. Next time we get a chance, I'll show it to you.
Break the chains that bind us.
Break the cars that block us. Okay, I have to use that ladder to get up there. Segment addresses are still in the game. Something for me to do outside of streams.
Those who lack conviction, please stand aside.
I take it you're getting used to battles. Now let me explain menu commands. It says let's break the chains that bind us, and then blew up a car. Yes, I don't know. It increases your stock gauge by 1, like this. So stock is like, instead of AP. Well, you can do 5-hit combos. Nice. Using stock to perform extra attacks will allow you to arrow down the enemy with break. Double are special attacks performed by 2 cooperating characters. Ooh, like it. Command can't be used yet. Now it's selectable, it can be used when the current character and the boosted character have learned a double attack. So we have to have the other character on boost. Number 2 is displayed next to Icebrand. This number signifies the stock cost and requires both characters to use that. That seems like something I'm just not going to bother with unless it's really powerful. Only Captain Uzuki and me right now can use double attack, so Icebrand can only be used once. boosted during Captain Uzuki's turn, but the double attack can be used in the opposite situation as well. Oh, is this Shion's dad? Shion Uzuki? I only just made that connection. That's the end of the explanation of battles. The rest is just practice. I'll max out the boost gauge and or her brother, maybe. And the stock gauge, so good luck. Right, so it's giving me a lot of information to work with right now, and I'm not sure. let's just use this on this. Oh. I've unleashed some of my powers!
Let's go.
That howitzer looks bored. Oh, he's just dead. So, I've got a stock, so can I just put him down? No, he died. Well, I guess in a way I put him down.
Rest in peace.
May your souls rest in peace. Why did he say that, like, directly with the microphone up his nose? I put him down permanently. He'll be okay. Sleep it off. And the next time the universe rolls around, and he becomes a new consciousness, you know, he'll be fine. But I can't... I just want to leap. I need the segment address to get that item. They're showing me an item right at the start of the game that I can't get until I get the segment address from much later, presumably. The key. This is Chaos's backstory before he was with that space cleanup crew and everything. Pretty much, yeah. He just sort of shows up one day, and then we collected him on the Elsa, right? Oh no, he was with the Elsa. It's Momo and Ziggy that got collected on the Elsa. And this other guy is Captain Uzuki, who I'm guessing is related to Shion Uzuki, who's the scientist that created Cosmos. Oh, it actually said critical in a full word on the left. Yeah, the mic is crackly, but I can't fix it right now. I don't know why it started doing it. It just did. This is my life. Wait, can I break this for no reason? Haha! Get wrecked! I will have a proper look at everything. It might need a different cable, I might need to change the port that I'm using. To be honest, I've considered an upgrade and switching to a Ryzen. I have a pretty good CPU I could sell on for quite a lot, so... just a total fucking rebuild and reinstall. Yeah, skill point times 4, okay. Oh, can you not do half attacks anymore? Right, you have to use stock to gain stock. You can't just, like, do a half attack and keep one. I like how they fall over, and then their blood just explodes into the sky. It looks like soda bubbles. We got some level up. I wonder if this works the same as the previous game, where we have to unlock skills. Class level 1. What? Okay. Skill tutorial. You still have all the parts ready to build a second PC in a small form factor case. Oh. You've always been jealous of Mac's audio infrastructure. I don't really know what the difference is. I use external anyway, so it's all good. But what I do know about Macs is that often they make them so small that they heat up to extraordinary temperatures and desolder their own parts, and also cost like 3 times as much as a PC that's twice as powerful as them. So I just don't really see the appeal personally. I'm gonna have to read the skill tutorial because I don't know what the fuck is going on. You can customize the abilities of your characters by learning skills. They're organized into 4 levels, which are then divided into classes. Class levels 1 to 3 have 8 classes. Wait, so level, class, subclass. Wait, no, what? Class level 4 has 4. Oh, level 1 to 3 has 8 classes. So each level has 8 classes, and class 4 has 4 classes. Each class contains 4 skills. So if I picture it like a skill tree, it's just the tournament nodes. Okay, by using the class nodes and skill points and skill points, characters are able to learn new abilities. Okay, class points unlock classes, and within those classes we can unlock skills. Got it. Seems arbitrary, but sure. Right. Display info. Okay, those rings on the left represent the class levels. Got it. Planets appear and change color as you unlock classes and learn skills. That's self-explanatory. So yeah, this is a lot like the first one, which was presented as a skill tree, as opposed to a menu. Okay. Maybe it's time I just get a new audio interface. This one is quite old, and I'm wondering if it hasn't, the firmware and stuff and the drivers for this haven't been updated in forever, and I'm wondering if there's something to do with that and newer versions of Windows that doesn't help me in any way. Getting a Scarlet next week. I'm thinking about Focusrite. Like the one I have is a complete, it's a complete audio 6. Which is great. It's a really good piece of kit. They have since released new versions of that are totally different hardware. So here's the thing. We can learn skills, but can we upgrade our techniques and our stats like we could in the first game? The stats thing was a little bit superfluous. Again, Heaven's Wrath. I think they've gotten rid of skill upgrading and status, like, point upgradings, and it's just skills now, which is good, because there were way too many things to unlock in the first game. You're still using Focusrite Sapphire 6, which definitely doesn't have proper Windows 10 support, but the old drivers still work. Yeah. I mean, I might just be reaching here. It might not be anything to do with my interface, and I do like it, but yeah. Hello, I'm back. Are we back? IRQ not less or equal, green screen of death. But I couldn't hear the audio crackle when I curse a chance here. When I booted everything up. I just changed all of my hertz values because I wasn't streaming. You'll have to let me know if it happens again, but I wasn't able to get it to happen. So maybe I fixed it. I don't fucking know. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe everything's great and I just have to redo a little bit of Xenosaga at double speed and stitch these videos together somehow. Great! But anyway, let's I'm gonna load that back up. Let's call it a minor inconvenience that actually solved a problem for us. So while I'm here... Actually, no, it's fine. Let's just do this. Press this button. Bear with me a second. I'm just seeing if I can... Right. I'm pretty sure this is back where I saved, so... Let's continue! So before that crash, I was just looking at skill trees. Raise physical attack and lower physical defense. So these are passives, I guess. Oh no, that's self, that's EP4. These are stat increases. Right, so your stat increases now come from the skill tree. Because there was a separate tree, but it was using all the same points before, which is dumb. Is the music using a stinger sound effect? A stinger. I don't know. Oh, like a dramatic sound. It could be one. It could be that, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. I'll have to listen out for it. I wasn't paying attention. Analyze enemy. That would be really good. Recall enemy zones. I don't know what that means. More stats. Lower dexterity and evasion of... Okay, break sensors, so... These are actual attacks. Thunder, flame, and ice, and aura. These are kind of... Yep, there it is.
A dud!
So... Down force, down ether. Break. And mystery. Okay, so let's break this down. This is for healing. We've got buffs, utility, then debuff, magic, debuff, debuff, something. Magic good, medica good, analyze good. Wait, you earn class points for filling out class skill trees. Which then allows you to unlock more things. So I could just like do that and get all the things. Oh, what about number 2? Okay, that's reduced damage from those. This is sword attacks. Add fire, thunder. So this is like endow, okay? And we've got already, we could probably access Medica all for 600 points, so let's unlock that and leave it. So are these the same? Yeah, he has like the same skill tree. But no points. So from there, we then go to our tech. Oh, that's cool. You can use right trigger to just do that. Those are our standard attacks, but do we get... So we equip these things that we unlock. This is like the items we used to extract skills from items like this and equip them, but now we just learn them in the skill trees, it seems. We've got ether skills that we can equip. Oh no, those are just always there. Okay, great. Mastered skills. These are just permanent things that we always have, I guess. Okay, that's really nice, actually. That just makes this so much easier to deal with than before in terms of leveling ourselves up, so I'm okay with these changes. Now we just have to make it back to where we were. Hey Cyber, welcome in.
Could you please allow us through?
Unleash a fragment of that power.
Oh my god. You guys heard that right.
Unleash a fragment of that power.
He's no longer unleashing some of his power, he's unleashing a fragment of his power. They thought the line was so good that they kept it in the sequel. Oh wait, yeah, I'm supposed to do the tutorial. I love it when you punch them in the sky, but then they just die. They just kind of go immediately under the ground. Unleash a fragment of my power. God damn it. Can't be having things at full power now. Indeed not.
Ashes to ashes.
Ashes to ashes. I just paid that core off! Oh my goodness.
No choice but to fight.
Right, the board howitzer, got it. What's his full power like? Like, probably the sequel, well, the first game, where he, like, allowed a spaceship to not explode. That was pretty good. You know, angel wings and stuff happened. It was partially him and partially Magic Cosmos. Okay, let's do double attacks. Okay, I get it. We already did these tutorials. I like the double attacks though, they're pretty cool.
Let's go.
It's over.
It's over!
May you rest in peace.
These are the Utic soldiers, right? Who had those really weird face masks in the first game. Oh, he just healed someone from salt disease that has a 100% mortality rate. Yeah, he did that. He explained it by saying everyone is good at something, and this is mine. He heals Xion. Or is it that... No, Xion's about to get turned into a salt. And then Cosmos just like straight up walks through a wall and Terminators the fuck out of some Gnosis, and then she's like, oh, I guess I'm fine now. I can't remember who he heals.
Could you please allow us through?
Smacks in face. Could you please allow us through? Duck, duck, goose.
It's over.
What was
I
that
hope there
move?
will be an end to the fighting.
One guy who was a woeful side character but actually had a backstory. Yeah, I don't know. It's I've already forgotten. The waifu was really mean or whatever.
Could you please allow us through?
Oh well, it doesn't matter. It was really just a thing to say, hey look, Chaos has got magical mysterious powers, so I think we're good on that. We got the point.
May you rest in peace.
So as with the first time I played this game, or when I played the first game, I'm probably gonna off-stream do a bunch of grinding on this, just for fun. Toys Universe? Wow! No. The passcode has been changed. Oh. Here's a thought. If this is like a delivery area, how do things get there? We're only able to access this because the highway's broken. Maybe it's hover trucks, I don't know.
So this entire thing was a setup.
Composer change.
Exactly. It's all part of an attempt to make the UTIC organization, or should I say, all of
Thank you for the
Milsha,
follow,
into a
Winsteno.
scapegoat.
You
Even
probably
the
followed me
reality
just
and
about when
violence
it
that we're
crashed,
seeing
so
right now is nothing more than a brushstroke in the
I
larger
missed it, but
picture.
I see you.
But who's
now.
behind this? And why?
UTIC is undoubtedly a cover for a greater power, still operating in the shadows. I believe that this power is manipulating the conflict between the Federation and the Milshan system, driving a sequence of events in order to get their hands on something very specific.
Like what?
The Y data.
The Y
The
data.
why data?
But why data?
I relieved an operative of this disk, and though I was only able to decode it partially, I discovered that all manner of data from all existing phenomena is gathered together within an area of space. And beyond that lies a special place only described in the Y data.
Captain Uzuki, how in the world did you acquire this information?
I have my ways.
He's so gently spoken. Oh, there's some vector ads, so yeah, vector's up and running already here. That's where Xi'an worked. Yeah, the crusty JPEGs are still there, so I'm assuming the fix is still appropriate for this game. You gotta do a rebooty. Oh! Hurry back. It's gonna be great.
Ashes to ashes.
I'm just messing with you. Take your time. Cube! Oh my goodness, that was a...
Break the chains that bind.
Why did we give you a robot again? Probably uses the same save system as one, no doubt.
All right. Here it is. You will find the URTVs in the lowest level.
Earth.
All right. Captain Uzuki, thank you for bringing us this far. We'll take
Rain
things from here.
tech.
Of course. As I said, it was fate. I wish I could go with you further. However, it's imperative that I complete my work on this data. I want to completely expose the shadow behind this conflict and drag it into the light. To do this, I'll have to access the mainframe here. Also,
What?
Your fly is undone. That looked expensive. Oh, it's this dude. Margulis?
I gave you far too much credit, Uzuki. I thought you were smarter than this. A better thief.
Yeah, Chaos,
I never once thought you'd just come walking in through the front
talking to
door.
all the things he blows up.
well, I thought you might be getting lonely,
A
Colonel.
little much.
So I figured I'd come pay you a visit.
It's like he has a fucking
Same
funeral
old
for every
Uzuki.
car he destroys.
Neither your attitude nor your ability to bluff have shown improvement. No matter. The data you possess
So he has the
is
same
no
voice
threat
actor
to us.
as well. That's
You've
nice.
got nothing.
Precisely why I have some unfinished business
Yeah,
here.
not sure why he has Zeus powers.
I see. You know what this means.
We must kung fu fight.
Uzuki!
No more words. This ends here.
That's funny to me as well. Similar to the first game, it takes a little while to load all the characters in, and then it starts playing the music. So it's like, we're going to fight, and then it's like, just wait a couple seconds. Hang on a minute, and okay, now. Okay, he's weak to B, so I'm gonna stock up on Chaos. And this guy. Why not? That scream. We haven't been able to knock him over yet. Boom shaka. Ow. Okay, I wonder if I'll get an ability that'll let me start with stock, like I could start with boost before. Ooh, baby! What is Chaos looking at? By the way,
Unleash your fragment of that power.
you maybe unleash a slightly higher fragment and get a full heal. Chaos, that'd be great. But why do I do that? He's got full boost. There we go. So if we hit him with both weaknesses, C then B, in that order, triangle square, we can then knock him up. I think that's how that works.
Unleash a fragment of that power.
So I think what we want to do is basically this. And get it to be on a boost. So let's heal until we get a boost icon. In the bottom right there. Right, so now we're on a boost, but well, he's on boost, so we need to... Well, actually, no, we'll gain it. So why don't we just... do this. Did I do that in the wrong order? Wait, he boosted ahead of us. Okay. Still, I think I get it. In order to get the knock-up or push-down to be effective, you've got to hit them with the right crits in the right order on a single move, or carry it through with a boost attack. So in this case, he was weak to B and C, but he was only weak to C on the first attack, and he was only weak to B on the second attack. Are you watching this, David Wise? This is a much better cutscene, battle scene than the one you tried to put into Fahrenheit. Pay attention.
You're a sad sight, Uzuki, even with your so-called reinforcements.
What is this weird Matrix shit?
You're out of your
It's
league.
just how we do sword
Why,
fighting
it's
here, I
clear
guess.
now that you never even had a chance.
I blame Morgulus.
Captain, you're hurt.
You were probably still restarting Pastry, but he showed up with a fucking lightning bolt that exploded a giant angel statue for some reason.
It's from earlier. It's nothing to worry about. If you'll pardon the cliche, it's just a scratch.
Aurora Borealis. Localized entirely within your kitchen.
This planet is finished. There's no point in staying any longer. I think it's time we ended this. Once and for all.
Goodbye, Mr. Norton.
You dare to face me, maimed as you are? The only thing you've mastered is the art of futility.
You never know until you try, Colonel.
That's enough!
This is great. Ice beam. Snowflakes. Merry Christmas.
Now you see your death. I have always been your better in every way, Uzuki. It's something that old fool couldn't.
Oh, please break the floor. That'd be great.
What the?
Whee! There you go. Outstanding. He's fine.
Kanan, take this.
Is this?
Storing it with you is safer than carrying it around.
So just give it to
Besides,
Margulis.
There's somewhere else I must go.
What? You're not serious. Look, we're still mobile, Captain. You could come with us.
No, this is my own way of atonement.
Coffee.
I can't turn back now.
But
Please, go on. Bring the truth of this conflict, the truth hidden in that data, to light. Please, do this one thing. For me.
Captain Uzuki.
I'm counting on you.
Go to Uzuki.
So, farewell.
Leap! Everyone just leaping around here. Wait.
Kanan, look at that.
The volume's like all over the place. Here we go. Woof. Sorry, it did not save my changes when I upped my own volume, so I'm gonna have to do that right now. 1 minute. Beep bop boop bop boop ba bop 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 bop, but I'm getting slightly louder. Here we go. There. Because I had that crash, it lost all my changes. There we are. Save game ditty, yes. So that was the prologue, I guess. Wait, no, shit. I pressed X. 14 years later. Chaos hasn't aged a day. Wait, how the fuck old is he?
Kanan. This brings our total loss count to 127. I'd say that's a new record. I remember the first time as if it was yesterday. My son was born the next day.
How old is he now?
He starts junior high next month.
I see.
It's gotta be that, Shadow. I mean, think about it. Its influence severs your data link every time. If we only knew what it was, then we could access the data he gave you. Kanan, it's a summons from Representative Helmer. Could you go ahead and report today's results while you're there?
I'm not your secretary, you know.
But today's my son's birthday.
But today's my son's birthday. Fine.
I see. That's unfortunate, but I suppose it can't be helped.
I understand that it's data concerning the Miltian conflict. Is it really that important?
Yes, it is. The truth behind the conflict lies buried within it. The one who entrusted that data to you was a subordinate under my command. I had sent him in on an independent investigation.
Yes, Jin Uzuki. Whatever happened to him?
I thought you were a model with suppressed emotions. Don't
Oh,
tell
that
me
explains
you
his
know about him.
actor.
I'm just curious. He is
His
the one
acting
who
style.
saddled me with this nuisance after all.
Don't worry about him. He's left the military. I hear he's doing fine.
Quaffy.
Now,
So we're 14 years in the future,
I have
and
another
that all
job.
took place in this guy's head as they tried to extract the data.
have a look at this.
Because I guess he's a emotionally repressed Realian. It's Momo.
We'll be executing a dive
It's
into
great.
your subconscious domain
Momo
at the Administration Bureau.
Looks more like a
I'd like to
person
request
now.
your assistance.
What's the timeline?
Unless like a figure.
I've been
Like
notified that our people have just now
collectible
descended
figure.
from orbit and landed at the spaceport. I'd be obliged if you could go and pick them up.
Sounds like
Realians,
there's more
yes.
to it than that.
Partly metal, partly real.
We've noticed a rise in recent activity from both the
Metal
UTIC
isn't real.
organization and the immigrant fleet. I think in times like these,
Everyone's just a little bit less uwu, yeah. It's the cheekbones.
Understood.
Everyone had massive cheekbones before. It's the Pope. Oh, what was her name again? Is it the same girl from the first game? It was Margulis's
Chief Inquisitor Margulis wishes to
second in command.
details to you directly.
Very well.
But she's been redone to look more like Scarlet, I guess. You can tell I'm the good guy because my organist plays evil music for me at all times.
Your Eminence, it is an
Oh,
honor
yeah,
to
UTIC
be
was a religious. What do you call it? A theocracy, I think.
I understand that the Realian in possession of the Y data has fallen into the hands of the Kukai Foundation.
The Kooky Foundation.
Trust you have an explanation for this?
Yes, Holiness. It is true that the 100 series prototype that holds the Y data is currently in the custody of the Kukai Foundation.
And now we know how he got his scar.
Or rather, the second Miltian government.
Snowflake beam.
However,
I bet he doesn't say that in the story, though.
I trust you understand the significance of the situation.
according to the URTV albedo, the Y data is secured by a form of high-level protection, only accessible at the UMN Control Center on 2nd Miltia. Hence, the current situation. Preparations for our next move are already underway.
Margulis. I've heard that the recent offensive against 2nd Miltia was the result of Cardinal Heinlein's manipulation of the Federation's military's upper ranks. What do you know of this?
I am afraid I possess no intimate details of that. I would presume that all of the Cardinal's decisions are made in the organization's best interest.
Your words. I would imagine it is safe for me to trust them.
Everyone in this room seems really trustworthy, so yeah, sure.
I have sworn fealty to your holiness. I would never allow myself to be manipulated by ancient dogma.
It says the guy is fighting for a theocracy.
Very well. Our fleet is considering an invasion of the demilitarized zone in the near future. I sincerely hope that you will not disappoint me.
This is a really cool track.
I vow to deliver you good news.
Margulis.
Holiness,
I should make an evil organ music playlist.
That you are TV. It reminds me of someone vulgar.
Vulgar.
Be sure you remember that.
as you wish.
I see that pastry. I tend to be right behind it. Was that a space organ in the back? Yeah, it was massive. It was fucking cool as shit.
The weaker they are, the louder they bark.
He has such a good voice actor. It's great. Oh, that's the lady I was thinking of, Pellegrini. So that other lady was just someone else.
Everything is proceeding smoothly. I have Herman and Richard.
Faith is fine, great, even. Religion? Eh. Organized religion. I think there's problems with
This
that.
is an independent Inquisitor operation. I'm granting you permission to use the ES Issachar.
The same way there are problems with any organized government, I suppose.
You mean those 1,000-year-old relics? Do they still work?
Pellegrini is proof that in the distant future, after the anime reign, Hot Topic will still exist.
The Vessel of Anima.
The Vessel of Anima was discovered at the same time
Thank
as
goodness.
the Zohar. Its power rivals the military might of an entire star system. Handle it with care. We can't afford for it to get damaged, particularly after the effort it took to restore it.
Understood.
I like the way the screens, like, fold out. I'd be laughing every time, because everyone's face would be all, like, fucked up.
Number 026643.
That's the Elsa.
The anti-Gnosis battle android, Cosmos, while undergoing startup and field testing on board the Federation cruiser Woglinde, awoke during a Gnosis attack on the fleet. She initiated autonomous mode, even though that mode was still sealed, and has been fully operational ever
You
since.
moron!
Cosmos is acting under her own volition. However, there are many unstable elements in her emotional program, and further improvements will be required.
Ziggy didn't
After we
change.
escaped from
Chaos
the
didn't change a lot.
We were rescued by the Elsa.
But they changed Momo and Cosmos and Junior a little bit.
Descending into Second Miltia in order to turn Cosmos over to Vector's second R&D division.
And I think Shion's voice has changed.
While en route to Miltia,
Thanks, Alan, you prick.
100 series
That's why she's not Ginger anymore. I guess she never was.
into custody. During
So
this
they've
time,
changed
we were pursued by a Utic
Shion
organization
too.
and an individual called Albedo. Albedo's tenacious
Her head is
attack
like...
brought about the appearance of the
Well, everyone's
Sovereign
heads are more reasonable sizes, I think.
Cosmos' actions allowed us to overcome these crises.
Everyone looks
I
better.
believe this series of actions by Cosmos has been greatly influenced by her black box components left behind by the late Kevin Winnicott. This will likely become a major focus of our future research. Report author, Shion Izuki, Chief Engineer. Cosmos Development Project General Operations, Vector Industries, 1st R&D Division.
I kind of like the way they look in the first game, but they do definitely look like a lot more realistic. It was like way over the top. And now the proportions are a lot better in general, so.
For a while there, I was kind of worried.
I wonder if there's something to do with the Western market for that, because, well, no, that can't be it, because they did release the first one in America. I keep forgetting. It's just Europe that didn't get it.
You make it sound like it was all my fault.
No, I think they just went, let's make them more realistic,
That's not what I meant.
more human and less anime
Hey,
rain.
Cosmos! Thank goodness you were there. Man, you really saved us.
Thank you.
But I'm
very
glad
much.
to have these characters back.
I am happy to be of service.
Her voice changed too.
Hey, we're gonna head over to the government office now. What are you all gonna do, Shion?
Well, we need to hand over Cosmos. I think I'll wander over to Vector's 2nd Division. Is that alright with you, Cosmos?
Acknowledged. That will not be a problem.
Yeah, the hair is cool.
Well, I guess you gotta do your job. You're gonna be here for a little while, right? Hey, maybe we can have some fun later.
That'd be great. I'll show you around this place, Momo.
There was a human rain between episodes. You're probably right.
Alright then.
Reverse anime rain.
Shall we, Cosmos?
Please excuse us. Goodbye.
It's gonna take me a while to get used to the voices. I think Alan's is the same.
What the? Hey, Chief! Wait up!
I suppose we should get going too.
Junior is the same.
Sorry. Could you wait just a little while?
Ziggy is the
I'm
same.
going to report what's
So I
happened
guess they
to
just
subject.
changed Shion, Cosmos, and possibly
It appears that
Momo.
Dr. Mizrahi has also arrived at Milsha as well. If you have a message for her.
They look real weird. They do look real weird.
Mommy's here?
I agree.
Yes.
Like, because I was used to the first game, and then I look at screenshots from this, and I'm just like, whoa.
Got it. I'll pass it along.
But I don't hate it. Like I said, they're proportionally a little bit better here, so everything kind of just fits with a little nicer with every other character in the game, whereas in the first one, there are characters that look like they got hit with the anime rain a lot less than the other characters.
Assignment until the delivery is complete.
Acknowledged.
Yeah, we'll get used to it.
Dr. Mizrahi.
Yes, Yonsauer. Is there something else?
I am currently Ziggurat 8.
So it appears.
Momo is looking forward to seeing you.
I see. I too welcome your arrival.
You know, it almost sounds like she's scared to meet her.
Eavesdropping is not a very...
I know what you mean, Pasty. Yeah, it's like, it's less
Say,
caricaturized.
How about upgrading to a modern carbon-based body? I bet. If we applied combat Realian technology, we'd see some serious results.
There's no need to play around with extending my lifespan.
I do feel like the cutscenes are really slow.
I bet Momo would be
Yeah, I saw
happy
that
to
kid
live
as well.
longer.
I'll pass, thanks. I have no desire to prolong things.
All
I almost want to, like, speed the cutscenes up a bit.
Call if you ever change your mind.
But the only button I have is this one. And that's too much. Steppy is a passive. Oh, noticing Steppy. Noticing dumb shit in the background. Oh yeah, this is a bop. It's like Phantasy Star music. Oh, my controller turned off because the cutscene was so long. This is too much on the realism scale not to be jarring, I guess. I think, yes, but only in the context of the first game, right? Like, if that's what you're saying. Like, the first game was so different for some of the characters that it's super weird playing these back to back. The robot! He's still here! Like, I really like the way, like Momo and Shion and Cosmos have got, like, goofy faces that look like little Nendoroids. And I really like the way they look in the first game, and I don't like it as much in the second game, but they do fit the world better. So I kind of understand why they did it. And I think they kind of go back on it a little bit in the third game and kind of find a good middle ground. Captain Matthews of the Elsa is always in debt. That's why I'm here to help. Now about it. Do you have any items or accessories you want to sell? No. If Bocce Season 2 was animated like Cowboy Bebop. Remaining debt. Oh my god. He owes 10 million G's? Okay. They suddenly became Kingdom Hearts characters. And you know what? Going back looking at Kingdom Hearts 2, I can't get over how fucking massive everyone's feet are. It's ridiculous. Does he have little steppy? Of course we need to test that. It's Nancy. Due to the satellite falling from Martian orbit, some civilian flights are temporarily suspended. There is no information regarding their resumption. It's bullshit. Stomp, 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 stomp. This is great! I'm expecting a club-shaped letter from my niece on the Foundation. I wonder if I'll get any random quests from talking to people. I'm an officer in the Federation. My ship went down in a recent battle with the Gnosis in Milton space. I'm currently on my way to my new post. What are you all doing? There was a satellite that fell on Milsha. That was a bad time. I'm going on a trip with Daddy. Great. Good for you, kid. Go find your own booth. Okay, fine. We can access the Unus Mundus network here. Wait a minute. Drama series. Xenosaga Episode 1. The Foundation is thrown into disarray by the Gnosis attack. Xion holds off the Gnosis and helps the citizens evacuate, but amidst the confusion, Momo is kidnapped by Albedo. Upon learning that the entire incident was a trap set by Albedo, Jr. hurriedly prepares to rescue Momo. However, he is unable to catch Albedo, who escapes into a phase distortion. Vector suggests the use of Cosmos' phase transfer cannon, a weapon capable of destroying objects within phase distortions. Xion refuses at first, but then consents in order to save Momo. The Song of Nephilim appears before them, and Xion heads to the song in order to rescue Momo. In the deepest part of the song, they face off against Albedo. Albedo invades Momo's mind and attempts to take the Y data, but is blocked by protection placed by Joachim. They succeed in rescuing Momo, but Albedo escapes. Albedo sets the song out of control as he runs away. It absorbs all the surrounding Gnosis and then warps the surrounding space. Within the warp space appears Proto Macabre, the research and production facility where Momo was born. And then, what happened at the end of the previous game? I guess it's a good thing for us to catch up before we get into this, right? That was the penultimate chapter. And chapter 7, Proto Macabre docks with the song and becomes operational. It annihilates the Federation fleet in an instant, and Albedo targets second Milsha. Xion begins an attack to stop Proto Macabre. Upon arriving at the center of Proto Macabre, they find Albedo and Proto Macabre's core, which has been overtaken by a Gnosis. The Gnosis fuses itself with the core. That was, what was its name? Sophia something, I forget, itself with the core and goes out of control. Albedo laughs at them and disappears. They succeed in stopping Proto Macabre, but now begins falling towards second Milsha. In order to minimize the damage, they must split Proto Macabre apart, but there will not be enough time for them to escape. Cosmos tells Xion that she will remain behind in order to split Proto Macabre, since she is capable of escaping after the procedure is complete. The others urge Xion on, and she reluctantly agrees. Proto Macabre begins splitting apart, but the destruction of Proto Macabre throws the Elsa off balance, and it falls into the atmosphere along with the wreckage. The Elsa is at the brink of destruction when, on the ship's monitor, they see Cosmos on the outer hull of the Elsa. Cosmos extends her defense field and protects the Elsa. Xion, concerned for Cosmos' safety, yells at her to stop, but communications are cut off. Cosmos' defense field allows the Elsa to descend safely to the second Milsha, but the crew shows no signs of joy. Xion is deeply saddened at the thought of losing Cosmos. Eventually, the monitor on the bridge recovers, and on it is displayed the form of Cosmos standing on the outer hull. Because we're pretty sure Chaos intervened. I did play Soul Calibur 3 a wee little bit. I wonder if anyone's bothered. Someone must have, right? Ripped all of the in-game music from this and put together a bootleg OST. Did you do the created character side story too long ago for me to know? No, I don't think I ever did. I think I just played it at a friend's place and did versus matches all the time. GameCube version. Long car.
Mommy say, Ziggy?
She says she hates you, and I'm your dad now.
She seems very busy.
Oh, I knew it.
Momo has aged like 3 years since the last game.
I'm sure it's a demanding role.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
This is directly following the event, so there's no time skip. For clarity. Oh, they have all the armor for Cosmos in Soul Calibur 3. Which version? Is it in all versions? I know that she's in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 as well. Which is a series I need to play.
What the?
An ambush?
Oh, it's got like a big weird hand.
Junior, who are they?
Albedo? No, it's not him. It's too gentle for him.
Oh no, tiny bullets. I got rid of the windshield. Oh, it's not helping. There's a tactical map thing and you had to move around attacking units or structures with just Soul Calibur fights with your created characters. Oh wow, that's cool. Can you reach the pedals and see out the window? I can't now, I'm taller than I was in the previous game. Oh, I need to get a photo of that. Show me again. Got it.
This might get rough.
The cutscenes are even more ridiculous than before, it's great. Oh yeah, the other Kajiura thing. If there's not a floatus going off on one, it's lead viola. Or violin. 2004. Matrix, I think, was probably before that. 2001? Oh, here we go! Okay, it was fairly sensible. I thought they were gonna, like, cause an explosion with a fire extinguisher. It's like... Nice driving, Momo! That was awesome. I'm totally on board with all these ridiculous Matrix anime sequences that this game has now. Everpoint 2089, the Rufus Second Motion Defense System number 6. That way the citizens won't get caught in the middle. Let's go. Now we have a singular opportunity, chat. They put a picture in the creative to showcase the differences between Xenosaga 1, 2, and 3 characters and where they hit the right balance in 3. Nice. Hang on a minute. Let's have a look. Because it is interesting to see. the first thing I saw was that guy in the Sonic costume, and I was like, that's not Xenosaga. Yeah, 3 looks amazing. Let's see, can I just... There you go. So yeah, you can see the first game is like this. Everyone's kind of got massive cheekbones, but they kind of look cute in a way. I like them a lot. Second one, don't like as much, but they do look more like the other regular people that exist in the game. And then in 3, they look great. It's more like the kind of Final Fantasy style characters. They hit the right balance between realism and stylized. Really good. Boop. Anyway, back to what I was talking about. First of all, let's see. There we go. Singular opportunity. We now have the option of choosing our party leader, which means... Stop pressing X! God damn it. We get to check everyone's steppy. And then we're back to Chaos and Ziggy. Okay. Momo, please. Yeah, she's definitely grown a foot in the last 20 minutes of being alive. I don't know what any of the characters are going to play like now, because they all have different skill sets and stuff, which means I now have to try them out. So I'm actually going to put Ziggy in, because look at his fucking health pool. And I'm going to swap out Chaos because I've already used him. And we will make... Gonna need you to alpha out all that background and make a GIF with about 6 frames of that walk cycle. Of this. Going left and right. Or like, yeah, the roller skating or the fast walk. If we're doing fast walk, I'll find like a wall that's nice and plain and we can do that. Long, long man. She has a bow. Yeah, she had a magic stick in the last one, didn't she? Oh, I guess we're Momo now. So, open with circle. She's on the back row. And back row still means you can't do shit. Square. Let's triangle, triangle. Okay, triangle, square. Nice, we got it. Oh, yeah, get behind it. Perfect. What was the noise she made? Meh. Wait, what are you on about? She has a bow. Does she make sandwiches now too? I don't know.
A dud.
Unit. Absolute unit. This is great and all, but how do I change their positioning? Wow, this music's great. It's like Sonic music. you have like a skill that makes you go on the back row or something? Like, what is this? No, everyone's skill tree is the same. Okay. How do I... I wonder if it's to do with that. Let's find out. I see a timid girl with a bow and arrow now, and it all just goes back to Shana and sandwiches. I see. I see. Hold on a minute, Momo. You need to slow down with that magical girl shit. But Momo, kick. Right, I'm looking at this nice big grey wall, but... Oh, damn it. We can't get to it. I'm gonna find a nice big grey wall that we can get the walk cycle in. Actually, yeah, it doesn't matter. I could just mask it. The animation's only, like, half a second long. We just loop it, right? I'll get a couple of them. We need Momo walk, right? Momo steppy. Pretty good. Oh, perfect. Can we do this? Nope, it's a stupid camera angle. Great. Never mind. I could just walk into a wall. Ideally, I want... This is pretty good. But then the toes get cut off, so it's like I have to do... left, and then it's too dark. I can fix all that. It's fine. Is she kicking a ball? I think she's kicking like a magical energy ball, and then sometimes throwing hearts. We're gonna have to pay... Wow, this is nice looking water. We're gonna have to pay some attention to what's going on there. Oh! Stranger danger!
You can't get away from my sensors.
Okay, so she only has the long range attack. I don't think I can actually put her on the front row. You can't get away from my sensors. Like, oh my god.
I will always fight on the front line.
Okay, Ziggy's still strong as fuck. Oh, Peishi, you weren't here. When we started the game, because we have Xenosaga 1 clear data, you unlock swimsuits for Ziggy and Cosmos, who didn't have them in the first game because they're cyborgs and androids, respectively. And we also unlocked something called geriatric swimsuit. And I don't know where it is. Like, how do I... He gets extra skill points for equipping it, so he's getting it. But we can't equip geriatric swimsuit on anyone. So what the fuck is geriatric swimsuit? Like, is there an old person character we get? Is it going to be that Pope guy? You've interrupted me during my bath time.
I'll take care of support.
He has a fucking snorkel. Hmm.
It's over. It's over. I will always fight on the front line.
Underwater. Okay, I have to know something. It's very important. We're gonna go back to Momo because she's just the best, but... Oh, that would have been great. Go on, kick a ball at it. Crying out loud. Oh! We landed on that guy and he was like...
I will show you what a real battle is like.
Look how cute the tank's face is. Do you see it? I gotta get a... Get a little grabby of that. Oh, she does a lot of damage to that. Okay, perfect. Let's... Stock on Ziggy. I looked at what the geriatric swimsuit is all about, and sure. Is it like one of those stripy ones with the long legs? Because that's what my guess was.
I feel more like a combat
From the
model
20s.
these days.
You don't feel like a combat model from when we, like, pumped you full of stats and gave you, like, all the powerful insta-kill fire magic? It's not a party member for some reason. Oh. Is there a character called Geriatric? Love hearts. It's for the professor. Yeah, okay, that was my other guess after joke guess about Pope. I was thinking the guy that makes the robot, right? Momo, please, can I... Wait, I don't want to, like, not explore the area. I need to go back. It's too late. It's probably fine. I can do that stuff. If it's like the first game, I can do exploration off my streams anyway. Oh, back! Sorry, I was in a KO.
Sorry. What's your heading?
2089!
Got it. Strange. What was I just doing?
What?
Understood. I've already dispatched someone. I'll have him head to that point immediately. Damn. It's not even safe on land anymore.
Meh. Okay, sure. Pope. Bad camera angle. I'm looking for the best angle still for a steppy. Where'd he come from? Strange. No.
You can't get away from my sensors.
Okay, this isn't great. So I'm going to stock up on Momo and try and eliminate this jabroni. And then turn back and double shot one. And you also And now everyone should be able to turn around. They're weak to CB, triangle square.
Sayonara, baby.
And he still has that line. Wait, is that... Stay it. Wait, no, we came up here and then it's like a spiral. That's why they put this here, so that you would know that you hadn't been there yet.
If you feel in danger, stay back.
What was it? Square, square? That's a different kind of enemy, because his is triangle square.
I will always fight on the front line.
I wonder if Analyze lets us, like, remember that on screen. Let's see if I can unlock Analyze. And memory. So... I guess we kind of have to do this. And then what I'm going to do is go to level 2 and get Medica All as soon as possible. And vaccine. That's how we do. Oh, we should definitely get those skills too, once we can avoid them. Alright, what about Junior? Maybe everyone should just get that. Break arms. Yeah, that seems like a good move. Just break their arms. Miracle Star. Wait. Ether Spear, Ether Shield. Curious. I feel like these early skills are kind of cheap for a reason, so let's just get everything we can get. So now we go to party. No, we go to status. So we might as well equip those. Yeah. Swimsuit counts as a skill, but it's giving him extra skill points, so strength of it. Attack you to death. So use the left and right. What was this? Recall enemy zones and analyze. I guess we'll figure out what these do. Ah. There we go. Actually, this is maybe better. I got a couple to choose from. Oh. Maybe I'm not supposed to fight this.
I wonder how long you'll survive.
Executus Sagitta! Get behind it. He's still doing the same animations, like flipping the coin and shooting it and stuff like that. It's just we took away the skill names, more or less. They don't appear to have a weakness, that's okay.
I want to get stronger.
It's part of them becoming less anime. Another thing that's important to learn. Can I actually use my skills from the menu? Yes. There's a separate menu for it. Wonder if Cosmos is going to constantly ask for a wipe down. Yeah, me too. I guess we have to hurry up and find out. Chion, I need a wet wipe! But her voice has changed, so it's going to be less funny now. It'll still be funny, who am I kidding? I swear the running and the walking is the same speed. No, it isn't. It just feels like it is a little bit. Hey, how you doing? I'm fine! I guess we're still on the run from UTech, because... this is happening.
A dud.
Loading combat.
Watch the enemy closely and react quickly.
Okay. This is gonna be bad.
Eat this. Eat this.
You're our test. It's like enemies on the back row don't seem to give a shit about weaknesses.
Eat this.
Oh,
Sayonara, baby.
a dude. No skill points for you. Do we get 1 HP res? Oh, cutscene. Oh, fuck. We do. Perfect. Now run away. Ho ho! Really good farming spot, actually. Be good for practicing the, let's do it. It'd be good for practicing the combat. A little bit.
I wonder how long you'll survive.
Oh no, I have to fight a helicopter. So what was this? It was, let's try triangle square. No, it's square triangle, I think. Zone BC. So it does say with Analyze that it's Zone BC. We know it's Zone BC. That we can only hit in Zone A because it's in the sky. So BC is, I think square is B and triangle is C with all my characters. So this is BB, is that right? Yep. BC, and then shoot. And he has Medica as well. So you can heal Junior.
Model these days.
And you can shoot down a helicopter with a bow that you found between games. How'd I get mixed up in this? I guess I'm just an unlucky old man. I miss her hammer. I miss her hammer. The squeaky hammer is the best. It's okay. Maybe we'll get some fun new thing. quite like the new voice actor. She sounds more annoyed at everything. It's like she's slowly turning into the other Momo. Also, we could just do this all day. Blech. And why wouldn't you? Please tell me I have to fight that crane. Nice 360 no scope. Yo. I'm actually using my speed up button to make the loading go faster on combat. The main monitor cracked. B-zone is not a thing. Absolutely Shrekking it. Because we were always hitting it on boost gauges, so we're just... Okay, that's giving the enemy boost. Sonic boom! It's kind of pancaked, dude. We messed it up. And we killed it on... Oh, I thought we killed it on a skill point. I should have saved it for that. I keep forgetting about that mechanic. We have to save bosses for skill points because we'll get so many more skill points. Well, we kicked its ass. Can we equip anything else? I notice we have a lot of we have items as well. Tech. No, that's Robin, Lark, and Sparrow. Okay. Double attacks. Does anyone have double attacks? No. Skills, use ether, use items. So we got a bunch of those, that's good. I was thinking we're getting like armor and stuff, and I don't know if that's a thing for us or just for mechs. I don't know. Oh, maybe we should Ziggy already has 1000 HP, that's nice. Blech. We sure murdered that crane. How do I get off? There we go. Fuck the police. There's an enemy inside.
I will show you what a real battle is like.
CB. I think it's weak to CC. Knock it down and then hit that weak spot some more. Hey, how'd you like that? It's got 4 HP left.
I will always fight on the front line.
In my snorkel gear. Unless you manually place me on the back line. I don't think you actually can. Because Momo's like perpetually on the back line. In fact, you know what? There isn't a front or back line. There's this line, and then there's going behind the enemy, which I guess is technically the back line. They got rid of that mechanic entirely. That's why I was confused when we first started fighting with Momo, because she only has the one attack, but I guess it's just because she's like OP ether damage. I first put her behind the enemy, she wasn't even facing the same way, looking into the distance. Where am I? What's going on? Am I a combat model now? 300 damage though. Can't argue. Level up. And magical noises every time we break stuff. It's great. Okay, why do all the robots have really funny little goofy faces? Like, what's going on? I got a picture of it. It looks like a blobfish. Okay, we're in the middle, so we can't get her on the back. That helicopter's got a lot of HP, and it's going to hit all 3 of us, but I think we should take these out first. Robot, again, is weak to double C. Nice. Ow. Fucking pancaked Junior. Right, Ziggy's the only one that can put people down on my team right now. Which means Ziggy needs to stock up. Junior get us stock for that, because I guess he defaults to having 3 attacks?
Not good.
Nope, no that's not. He's definitely in trouble. Eesh. Finish that.
Don't waste it.
Like, yeah, he's definitely dead. They fucking punched into the ground and shot him a bunch of times. That'll do it. Wait a minute. Did that sound crusty as shit because they just ripped it from the first game? Why was it? Yeah, why was it like CB radio? What the fuck? stuck.
Eat this. Eat this. Eat this.
The machine's face is very good. It sounded like they played it through a walkie-talkie. It sounded like they put the first game on the TV, because that line was from that, and then they recorded it on someone's phone and then put it in the game. I'm not hungry, shut up, Junior. That's the little Star Wars bit of the music. Bap, 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 bap. Why did I do that? I should have boosted Momo. That's okay, it just shot Ziggy anyway, whatever. Getting Ziggy with it.
I'm glad I could help.
That Korg bass. Scanning, scanning. 4 intruders confirmed. No problems detected. Oh. Okay. I thought that would have been a problem. Intruders generally. Oh. Oh boy, a bunch of those cute little blobfish crab robots are following us upstairs.
Long time no see. You're looking well. You remember me, right? My name is Richard. Let that name burn in your mind.
My name is Richard. Richard! Richard's rapier.
Here I come.
Wait. These robots are called Scutum and Pilum. Your wreck, Richard, will be the legendary Pilum, the fencing bot of the Space Forces. It's the greatest fencing pilot robot of all time, Pilum. And for you, other pilot, you will have the great Barrier Shield Lancer bot, heavily armored, winner of 15 wars, Scutum. Oh. Scutum. Your robot will be called Sherazad, the Destroyer, and your robot will be called Gooch. These are leftover Scarlet Nexus enemies. Scummy Pilum. Alright, who should we kill first? Well, Richard has less HP and he smack talked us, which means stock up Momo, he's going down. Let's... I don't think they have zones because they're giant. Nope, it's just all about the damage.
Hand over that puppet. Return the 100 series.
It's funny, they're trying to capture Momo, but like she's also the highest damage output against them. Pylum's a javelin and Scutum is a Bigu shield. Gotcha. We got a history lesson. From ancient Rome.
Return the 100 series.
Return this. Actually, you don't. Pretty good. Let's make sure we get the skill points on this one. Why aren't they trying to catch a Momo? Yeah, that's true. You got some scutum in your sputum.
Now, Richard, don't be rash.
Tell him off. Ow. Actually, fights like this where Momo does a lot of damage, and Genie's doing decent damage too. It's a good time for us to use things like these.
Let's go.
Which was always a thing I found in the first game. I often found it was better to just put damage out than it was to bother buffing yourself. Don't get a rash on you, Richard. No, no, no.
Herman, don't worry about me.
He's not done anything to us so far. He's just healing this dude. Why don't we stock? We have to make sure to attack when boost is up. Like now, but we can't because it's his go. No one likes Junior. They're really fucking Junior up.
It's pointless to resist.
Alright, she's ready. Okay. Yeah, we're on boost, so get all that boost gauge. Should be it. RV. So does it start with skill point? No, it starts with critical. That's okay. Goodbye, Richard. Everyone say goodbye to Richard. So skill. Right, I'm gonna learn the order of these now on this turn while I just heal up. Bye, Dick. Very good. So skill, random, crit, boost. Actually, it's crit, boost, skill, random in that order, right? Yeah, okay. And in this case, this means ether damage is higher, so that means Momo does 480 damage. That's why she was doing ridiculous damage. I refuse to accept give me Kurtika. It's better, isn't it? It's still not great. Skill. Stock. Everyone stock up, heal up, do all that shit. Fine, right, we don't need boost because we're at 3 boost.
go.
Fine, Ray.
Let's go.
I should have attacked on Ether. No, I'm saving it. So we're gonna try and get Ether to roll around and then have Momo do a bunch of damage. You keep healing people.
Let's go.
Junior is almost ready to shoot, so he might as well stock up because we don't need boost. We're on skill. Boost Momo for Ether, perfect. 500 damage. It's 1000 damage. 1500 damage. 2000 damage. And then she gets boost build up, which we'll give to Ziggy, who will heal himself. And then we go back to Momo. Start stocking up again. You're on crit, that's perfect.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Deploying armor field.
I only got 1000 left. So that was the skill points one. Would have been nice if we got it there, but the next one's in 3 turns, so why don't we just prepare Momo for it. It's the next one, isn't it? It's crit boost skill. Got it. And that's how you get 800 skill points from a boss fight. Nice. That would have given us 200 if we hadn't done that. Hello!
Down, you two.
What's Pellegrin's mech got a giant high five? You know, I always thought this song sounded very Zone of the Endersy as well. And these mechs are quite Zone of the Ender-y.
Turn over the 100 series at once.
That craft! Kanan?
Get down, Ruby Doll.
I've got you!
Ooh.
Wait, what's going on? The controls aren't responding. How can this be?
We've got no choice. Richard, Herman, abort the mission. We're withdrawing.
Jeez, man. If you were gonna save us, you know you could have shown up a bit sooner.
I'm surprised to hear you whine so much.
Wah.
Further enemy pursuit appears unlikely for the time being. I'm heading back. I'll see you around, Rubido.
I already told you I'm Guinan Jr. now. Get that through your thick head.
It's hard to shake my past image of you.
Do you know him?
I like how he just didn't say anything to Chaos.
He's an old acquaintance.
Somebody! Anybody! Please help us! It won't stop. The Grado won't stop bleeding. It's alright. Rubido. Let it go. Don't say that. You can't give up.
I think we saw this briefly in the first game.
2 URTV variants. Identified and confirmed.
The red horse carries war, and the black horse, famine. Upon those tiny backs, bear the great calamity.
What did you say, Chaos?
The fuck are you talking about, Chaos?
That.
It's nothing. Let's go rescue them.
It's all my fault. I'm the leader, but then I cut the link. And now Albedo's.
Albedo?
He's a piece of me.
He's a fruitcake.
Beating in my right chest.
I have the search results. Albedo is the name of unit number 667. The records show that he and unit number 666 were conjoined twins. Apparently it happens on rare occasions, even with artificially created children.
Oh, well there you go.
So he
Didn't
was
expect that.
infected as well, the rider of the white horse. May your bodies and souls find peace, even if it is but a short one.
I guess I owe them my life.
So you've known Chaos for a long time too? Can I also call you Rubido too? It's a very pretty name.
Sorry, it's just,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nah, it's just... I don't have a lot of good memories of that name.
Oh. You and Ziggy don't like your original names very much, do you?
Names tend to link themselves to memories, both good and bad. I have a feeling that old man over there has a lot of baggage himself. Besides, I think old man over there seems to like being called Ziggy.
Oh, I hope he does.
They called him that for an entire game.
Well, it kind of sounds like something you would call your dog.
It's real nice, Junior. Oof, I got scared there for a sec.
The Zohar Project?
Right. The situation is grave. The Gnosis phenomenon is spreading at an ever-increasing rate. More than 120 star systems have already been eradicated.
Well, that's a lot.
It's been difficult to keep secret thus far. Worst-case scenario projections indicate that if this continues, humanity will only have a few years before it's completely wiped out by the Gnosis.
Yes, I understand that. Thank you. But tell me how this relates to Cosmos.
This way.
This is incredible.
The Cosmos Tertiary Weapon System. It was developed to prevent the worst-case scenario from ever happening.
And just what do you classify as worst case?
The Zohar Project is a massive undertaking whose ultimate goal is to eradicate the Gnosis from the cosmos. To do this, we know we must salvage the original Zohar that's sleeping on Milsha. Our studies over the past half-century have revealed the Zohar to be this dimension's ultimate energy device. But there is also a problem. The Zohar Center, or rather the core unit that controls it, is a double-edged sword.
What do you mean?
This is the phenomenon known as Udu. Beyond the initial loss of the core unit, we have no details on how it occurred. But we do know, however, that this is what made Milchan space the way it is today, and that this phenomenon is also responsible for the appearance of the Gnosis.
Wait a minute. Are you saying that even more Gnosis might show up?
We can't be certain, but it is a definite possibility.
So you're outfitting Cosmos with this. Those shoulder units, they're a phase transfer system, right?
Now I see why they called you the Flower of First Division, Chief Uzuki.
I didn't come here for jokes.
Sorry, I'll continue. This was originally designed for use on the Archetype, but it's been refitted for use on the current Cosmos. The system radius is 130 nanometers.
130?
Can you control it accurately at that scale?
Yes, with the help of the Tactical Sim Lab. That's why we had Cosmos moved here.
And if I refuse to turn her over?
This project has been officially commissioned by the government. Being Chief of Software Development doesn't give you the right to refuse us.
I imagine not.
Look, I know there's a lot about Cosmos' recent activation that worries you, but rest assured, everything's gonna be fine. Headquarters has taken a good look at Cosmos activity records up to now. They firmly believe this can be done, and so do we. Everything is ready to go.
I suppose the only thing I can do now is trust you.
We can do this. Besides, this system was designed at First Division by none other than Kevin Winnicott himself.
Fine. We'll transfer Cosmos to the 2nd R&D Division today at 1400 hours. I'll send the paperwork along later. Please send requests for any specific needs to my personal address at 1st Division. I'll have Alan take care of the software. If there's anything you don't
That's me!
We'll contact you. Thank you for your cooperation.
For the sake of humanity.
Humanity.
yes, you might even say that's the reason she was born. Her awakening will lead humanity toward the future. I can hardly wait until that time comes.
This transport is part of Cosmos equipment too, right? A craft that can interact with hyperspace on its own without using a UMN column. Is this going to save humanity too?
In a broader sense, I suppose. It might come in handy for her someday. You'll probably laugh when you hear me say this, but I believe, no, I want to believe that she'll be more than just some wanton instrument of destruction. I hope the future that she builds will be one swept clean of our differences, an ideal world, free of destruction or slaughter. Sounds funny, doesn't it?
No. It's just that your eyes, Kevin, they were so lit up just now that you looked like a child.
I can't help it. I guess I better watch myself during the public test.
Well, to be honest, I can't wait to see her wake up too.
And here comes Alan to ruin the moment.
Chief! Wait up, Chief. What's wrong with you? You're acting strange today.
Nothing's wrong. It's the same old me.
Where are you going then?
Into the city for a bit. It's been a long time, so...
A long time?
It kind of relies on Cosmos, I think, as a coping mechanism for the loss of Kevin, because it's like their weird android baby.
It's in 8th District. Listen, Alan, don't take your eyes off Cosmos, okay?
Yeah, of course. Why?
Yeah, that's a good point, Pastry. So I don't know if she was supposed to be ginger in the first game. I think it just looked that way. But I don't know what happened with the oh, right, yeah, there was a cutscene earlier when the Elsa came down. Her glasses fell off and Alan like stepped on them. So they sort of explained it that way. I guess she just doesn't need them. Well, there's no point in getting upset about it. I guess I'll go to the city and have a look around. So we get this little world map back. That's fun. Good. I'm going to get a sippy. I'll be back in a second. Okay. You've been listening to the relaxing sound of my fan. Which actually is always picking up, I've just realized. Thump, thump. Right, I'm back. I have to just hit my headphones until they work in both sides again. 1 second. Ah. I'm gonna fix those after this. Okay, good enough. Right. I'm back! So we're back on the station, I guess. So we go to the beach. Oh, that's the spaceport. Wait. Are we on Milsha now? Oh, that's right. We can't go there right now. But I just walked all the way here. Go to the UMN Control Center? No. This is government offices. And this is living in the city. You know you have to survive. You gotta keep that dream alive. Level 16 already. Do you have a bunch of skill points? Making it in the big city, the anime. By the way, Cyber, oh, just before I did the stream, I was, and will go back to after the stream while I watch Pastry playing Path of Exile. It's quite fun. I'm going, I'm just doing the story. I started as a witch. It is fun being a witch. I remember we turned Shion into like a ninja blade last time. You may already know about the yellow plate beside me, but you probably don't know about the green one, right? You're right, I don't. I think I know what that is. That's the EVS, so we can go back and visit old areas. Since you're so honest, I'll let you in on the secret. That emerald green plate is called the Eves plate. It's an encephalon drive terminal. If you touch that plate and press triangle, the US Mundus network option is added to the menu, and the rest of it is a piece of cake. The list of places you've been will be displayed when you place the cursor on your menu and press circle. That system is so good. Just being able to go back, find the items you missed at any point, and grind levels from a save point. Very cool. What I like to do outside of the stream is just put it on double speed like this and run around like grinding skill points. If you want to do group play shenanigans, let me know. I started counting myself just a little while. Oh, well, yeah, anytime. I'm just going to be playing it while I watch streams today, so it's going to be fun. But I'm a noob, I've only done a couple of quests so far. I really like this music. I need to find a rip of this soundtrack. It's a shame that they never released it. Burger Cube! No! Go back! I want to Burger Cube! Shion, there is a place to eat. It's right behind you. Lodevik. Janet, she's at the other professor's place. Lately she's been kinda down though. I wonder what's wrong. Hello, I would like Burger Cube, please. Right, they're celebrating the capital's transfer by having a shallow vanity contest. What? Moby Dick's Cafe? The what cafe? I guess that's not too surprising. It's pretty well hidden. They have the best curry there. If you like curry, give it a shot. Okay. Yes, I can hear you. So you here for my autograph too? I don't know who you are. I didn't mention this. Okay, I bought some new music things. I have a new choir. A big epic one. And a new sort of rhythmic action scoring tool that I want to play with, so there might be a music stream at some point in the near future. Maybe tomorrow, actually. We'll see. Early days. Wait, who are you? Kate? A real burger cube made me feel a little ill. You have those cube-shaped things at the store, it's like Asian food in a takeout box, but frozen. No, but we do have frozen kebabs and they are vomit-inducing. Oh, we do have, like, you can get, like, an Indian meal in a box that's, like, rice and curry and a naan bread and stuff. Those are pretty good, usually. Oh, Looty! The girl in the doctor's place has a thing for flowers. She's supposedly trying to find some legendary seed. We gave Looty the flower in the previous game. I remember. Also, don't call me beautiful, you're like 4. Everyone calls her Crybaby Jackie. She says she doesn't have any luck with men, even though I'd be more than happy to be her boyfriend. This little chauvinist. He's growing up. My home is in the Foundation. Wait. I guess I wasn't a good daughter. I am the great other Professor of Miltia. Is there something you would like to ask? Oh god, look at all this. The history of the machine below. That is a forbidden device, a relic from the golden era of the UMN transport system experiments on living beings. You want to know the history of its construction? Well, it was built when information regarding the UMN architecture leaked from Vector to private enterprises. But would Vector really let their top secret UMN related technology and data leak out like that? I think not. The theory is that the leak was actually an intentional move in order to scout out highly skilled personnel from Vector. Using the leaked UMN architecture information, the private enterprises began secret UMN transport experiments on living beings. But as you know, the results were a complete disaster. The death rate of the test subjects was a horrifying 99.76%. We learned that. That was the people that chilled us. People like Albedo and Rubido. Also, meat cube, bad idea. You can't really cook it all the way through. You'd have to turn it 6 times. Instead of twice. The Federation government viewed the results with stern displeasure and for all intents and purposes froze any further UMN transport experiments on living beings. At the time, rumours were rampant that Vector, who does hold quite an influence over the Federation, stayed silent and did not protest the decision because they had already completed gathering their personnel. But I think they may have just been taking a moral stance not to create any more controversy. Controversy or controversy? I use both. I don't really know. The thing with stern displeasure, blah blah blah. I think I just read that one. 4. After live transport experiments ended, transport experiments of virtual space became the standard. Virtual space. The data in the private enterprises it referenced during that time was naturally those that had leaked from Vector, but Vector remained silent as long as the experiments were done on human beings. I think the most likely reason for this lies in the difficulty in suppressing the leaked information and the ability to harvest encephalon-related data from the civilian enterprises. What wasn't revealed was that Vector, who is in charge of UMN construction and management, actually continued to perform transport experiments on living beings. It It's unknown whether the private enterprises knew that or not, but in any case, passion for living creature transport experiments using virtual space gradually waned. Currently, abandoned research facilities used by numerous private enterprises to conduct encephalon experiments remain scattered in various places. While calling them research facilities is a bit of an overstatement. They're nothing more than encephalon dive devices. The device below was said to be the absolute worst type of encephalon device developed for transport experiments on living beings. Why is that, you ask? The encephalon it constructs affects the real world. However, because the project was halted in its early stages, there's hardly anyone who knows what the dive device even looks like. That's really weird. So the encephalon drive is where we used to go into like Cosmos's brain, and you basically are there physically, almost. In fact, yeah, they are. They went in there, and you're able to kind of bring stuff out of it as well, which is interesting. I guess they used some of that Zohar power to generate the energy needed for such a thing. But we're talking about a device that does the opposite. It brings other things into the real world, which is potentially bad, I guess. Is this 8? Yeah. I will read number 9. The effect it has on the real world is extremely small. It merely causes diving devices to appear. Right. And so far, only 4 cases have been reported. Zippy. Even if someone were to come in contact with the devices that appear, there's no danger of diving unless a special machine called a sequencer is used to disengage the key protection. Also, it's been confirmed that diving out from the encephalon allows individuals to return to the real world. But still, no one should touch the machine below. It's extremely dangerous. So, what I'm getting from this is the encephalon creates the devices that bring people into the encephalon physically. So what happened with Cosmos basically was that, almost. I wonder if we somehow had that device, or if the Nephilim caused it to do that. I don't know. Mysteries. But anyway, we kept this machine around because why not? It's just off the high street. This extremely dangerous piece of technology. We'll just let's get to it from the burger restaurant. Oh, it's the little bunny guy. Agent Bunny, congratulations! You've been chosen to be a civilian agent for the GS campaign. First, before I tell you about being a civilian agent, do you know about the GS campaign? I do not. The GS campaign is the Global Samaritan campaign sponsored by Second Milshare. It's a campaign by the UN to gather and share data by improving the lives of everyday people. Side quests. In order to do that, civilian agents investigate what people want or need. It's so incredibly simple. All you do is talk to different people in different cities and listen to their troubles. Then you solve their problems for them. You just need to carry this investigation progress report, the GS path. It's a device that transmits a report of the people's reactions regarding what you do, though there is something you need to be aware of. The GS path automatically selects individuals as research subjects, but the data collected may be bad data depending on how you solve their problems. So what do you think? Will you give it a try? You shouldn't treat people in trouble like lab rats. Let's give it a shot. This is called the side quest technology. Here's your GS path. It shows you that you are a civilian agent. Take a look. It's like Nintendo Street Pass. You can hold up to 36 cases. I guess there's 36 side quests in the game. Oh, we added menu options now? Boo boo boo. So these are the quests. Citizen profiles. We're gathering data on citizens. For the government. Expert mode menu controls? Okay. Of course! Shion Steppy! Wait, what offers Shion? Do you believe in horoscopes? Let's just humor her. If anything comes up, I'll definitely ask you for advice. Also, I have double cream Oreos. Oh, and I bought some ice cream today, but it was vegan ice cream. And I bought it because it was cookie dough flavored, and it was half the price of not vegan ice cream. It's Looty! Shion, I'm hoping to grow flowers here. Nice work. I'm working so hard that lots of other people can get well, just like me. Good. This is Looty's. Please don't use it without permission. Looty. This thing. Plant growth enhancement planter. I see. That's how she grew all them plants so fast. I'm here to sell a plant growth enhancer called a hyper fertilizer. Do you know about ether combo skills? When two people use the same ether skill at the same time, it becomes a stronger ether skill, but there's a special requirement to make it work. We learned about this. So we both have to have the skill, and then we both have to boost, and then we press triangle, and we can do the thing. I understand. Thanks, child, who somehow knows more about combat than Shion Uzuki, first chief of First Division R&D at Vector at Combat Industries. It's staff only. I can run around this area some more later. I should probably just carry on. I heard your brother quit his medical practice. Why am I seeing a doctor? I just can't trust modern science. I broke a bone, but I refuse nano treatment. I mean, just think about it. Sure, they tell you they're just treating you, but what they're really doing is putting weird machines inside your body. It's so creepy. 5G? Bluetooth? I don't want to hear that shit. Except in this case it is true that, like, they're using nanomachines. They are literally putting weird machines in your body. They're not just, like, imaginary putting machines in your body. I got a birthday present from Daddy the other day. It's a really cute teddy bear. Good for you, kid. Publishing agency. This synth is great. The lead synth. Oh, this is like a video arcade. What the fuck? Oh, this is the Miss Milsha contest. There's probably gonna be bikini times. Maybe we can enter. Is it cheating if you put the Cosmos bikini on? If it's a robot, is that cheating? I got a flower seed from the man in front of this building. What am I going to do? I came here to make posters for my band's concert. You're supposed to use this console to make a sample, but something's broken. I can fix it. Oh. Look at the names on this screen. I'm pretty sure that's just random letters. First prize goes to... What is this place? Space cocktail fire drink, now featuring milk flavor. System Kitchen's Triple S will boost your free time. Enjoy life. What? How? How does that work? Never forget your precious memories. Memorize holographs. Over 1,000 types of media are available. If you're looking for discount-based travel tickets, look no further than CTC. Today only, tickets to Motion Space are 30% off. Is that because there's a fucking war on? Lever Cleaners, the dirt removal pros, our main branch on the Foundation, also rents costumes. Beach Shower, the playland of Second Miltia. 7 types of attractions to blow your mind. Okay. I don't know what to do about this man. He's saying that the direct mail letters that we made are hurting his sales. I'm here waiting for a spade letter. Whatever. Frack all the shit! Boop! Boop! Kick it! Wait, are you doing like a flip? Flip! Whoop! Ah! I forgot she was a combat scientist. Hi Miguel, don't mind me. Just wrecking all your stock. Yeah, worth it. See? I found segment address number 3. Totally worth it. Oh, if I shake my head a bit, the sound like goes left and right because of the wire's damaged. I'll try hiring them. Okay, you do that. Another segment address. I apologize for stopping you, but are you Shion Uzuki? Ah, yes I am, but who are you? I knew it. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm Angelina Swain. Wait, are you? Yes, I'm the younger sister of Sergeant Swain, who was on the Woglinda. And your brother, I heard what happened to my brother from the Federation. Was my brother a valiant soldier? Yes, of course, he was such a wonderful person. That's the guy that told us about the segment address stores, I think, in the first game. That's a nice little tie-in. He was always cheering everyone up. I'm sure he's really happy that someone like you calls him wonderful. Anyway, before the Woglinde went down, my brother transmitted some items to me. There was a message attached to one saying I should give it to you if I ever meet you. The message says it's a segment file. Here it is. Also, I found this one on my own, so I'll give this to you too. Decoder 6. My brother spent his life researching segment addresses. Please don't let his research die with him. I understand it. Secret key 3. Wait, is that just a segment key? Oh wow, look, we get a file now that says when we've got the address and the decoder and the treasure. That's real nice. Before we just had to go into our key items and find it. There it is. Swimsuit made from biofibers to prevent drowning. The robot print on the back is amazing. Okay, yeah, Professor. Key to open the level 1H class skill, Focus 1. Recover 10% EP with a stock command. Oh wow, that's cool. Okay. I successfully avoid drowning. Say, listen to this. This morning, the Federation police said at their press conference that Master Thief Dreamy Bonnie is here in Motion Space. Janet, the other professor, plays kind of a celebrity on Second Miltia. It seems her home is on the Foundation, though. I wonder why she's living on Second Miltia. Okay, I'm gonna skip talking to, like, literally everyone now and just try and find things. The thing is, I've got side quests now. Oh, it's Moby Dick's Cafe. We found it. Could it be? That's where you wanted to go, right? For food, Shion. Oh, the vibe in here is way more chill than outside.
Wow, it really is. Hey, boss. Hi.
Well, well, well. If it isn't Xian. You sure grown up since the last time I saw you. You were still in high school, right?
Yes. Sorry I haven't kept in touch. I guess you moved over here, huh?
Yeah, there's no stopping the redevelopment around here. I figured I'd at least try to keep the inside looking the same, though.
Right. It wouldn't be Moby Dick's if it was any other way.
Well, have a seat. You want the usual?
Please. Actually, I'm kind of hungry too.
You got it. So, are you off today?
I wish. No, unfortunately, I'm working. I've got business at the 2nd Division.
Ah, right. You with Vector now. Your brother was telling me about that.
What? Jin comes here?
So it was her brother. I thought he became... I guess he was like... They had a phone call with him in the first game and he was like some... It just seemed like some goofball. Was he actually the guy who was on Miltia?
You too. You know I have a hard time dealing with my brother.
Well, speak of the devil.
Huh?
Wow! Just look at this place. Chaos! It's perfect! It feels just like the Pequot, doesn't it?
Y'all changed your costumes.
Shion.
Huh? Oh, what are you two doing here?
Well, we were
He looks more like a cowboy / Dante now.
So, we ended up here.
So, you all know each other?
Yeah, kinda.
Are you wearing assless chaps?
Kinda. What's that supposed to mean?
He's Rooty Tooty!
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just a little rattled.
Rattled? About what?
Shion's just got family matters on her mind today, right?
Huh?
My apologies for being late.
I'm glad you could make it. Oh.
Thanks for the Twitter shout out pastry, I just saw that.
Look at you.
It was about photo art. It's pretty cool.
Long time no see, Helmer.
Oh, goodness.
Show some respect.
It's Mary. Little Master. No, I've forgotten all about them.
Tell me, Mary, are you still working on your act?
Yeah. Right now we're kind of busy, but pretty soon I'm gonna be the best comedian in this star cluster.
Really?
Even if my sister won't be my partner.
Fascinating.
No, I've been thinking about recruiting the little master.
That sounds
Oh, she said it
great.
wrong.
I think he'd be perfect.
Right.
You'd be a great comedian. We laugh at you all the time.
I'm afraid I don't have good news. There's
They're all
been some
fired.
disturbing activity, and not just from the remnants of UTIC.
Yes.
Under the circumstances, the peace treaty was our only choice.
She still looks like a tropical drink. She does. I can't wait to see some Mary being a comedian cutscenes.
Now,
In this really slow pace that
starting
the
to
game
see
has.
strain from that within the Federation. According
I'll
to
be sure
Captain
to.
Bowman's report,
I'll have to get like a
factions
drum,
began
like.
showing signs of armed rebellion. The second Miltian government is on full.
Because all I have right now is.
I'd like all of you at the Foundation to be appropriate.
Which is probably going to be more appropriate
After all,
for her jokes.
with the Zohar emulators and the 100 series prototype in your possession, you've become the focus of a great deal of attention.
Joop.
Master Guinan, I've brought Momo.
The 100 series prototype.
Of course. Send her
Yeah,
in.
it turns out they're actually really powerful. And great drivers.
Allow me to introduce myself.
Navigation
I am the
model.
100 Series Observational Unit Prototype. Designation, Momo. The preliminary examination of my internal data is now complete.
A 100 series Realian.
You're the enhanced memory model, aren't you? Nice to meet you.
She does look more like her than the mass-produced ones do.
Yes. She's just like Dr. Mizrahi's late daughter.
The hand of fate is a mystery. Thank you, Momo, for overcoming so much in order to come here. Soon you will undergo analysis at the UMN Control Center. We intend to do everything in our power to support the process.
Suppose now we understand why Mizrahi is so cold
Yes, sir.
to Momo.
Thank you very much for your concern.
It's like just a cheap copy.
Negredo, I have something I need for you to do.
You want reconnaissance, don't you?
Sorry.
No need to apologize. It is my family's responsibility. Now, Albedo, where are you?
Negredo.
Well, hello then. You sound like you're doing well, unfortunately.
Big brain.
And you're glib as ever. What's wrong?
They're literally just named after colors, these people. Rubido for red, Albedo for white, and Negredo for black.
Of course, it still isn't too late for us to come to terms.
Oh, so now it's peace talks, huh? Didn't McCartney say that too? Ebony and Ivory live together in perfect harmony.
I guess he survived the anime reign too.
Executioner.
I shed that skin long ago.
Is that so? You sure you're not just hanging around Rubido because you're
Western
waiting for
alchemy
the chance
terms.
to carry out your mission? I'll be borrowing Rubido soon. I don't need you though. Still,
It is Latin. It means well,
nonetheless.
Albedo I know from art because we use it a lot. It means whiteness. It's like a Latin term. But we use it we use albedo filters to basically drop all the color off stuff so we can see all of the world as a silhouette. Albedo also refers to the old term for color masks, textures. Some people still use albedo masks. We use diffuse. And it just refers to a different kind of, I guess, how the data is, how linear the data is or something. I don't know the exact technical part of it. Anyway, hi Island of Rob. Welcome in. So, I sort of... Was Guinan able to explode Albedo's arm from the distance? There.
Get it. So this is where your curry comes from.
Figured it out, huh? By the way, how's Momo? Is she done already?
It's Rubido.
Examination will start tomorrow.
Well, that means that the three of them share a psychic connection.
So since we had some free time, we thought we'd visit the city.
Or at least we know that Junior has a connection with Guinan Jr.
What about you? Did you turn over?
But it doesn't seem like he speaks to Albedo.
Yeah. I had Alan take over the process. It might take some time, though, depending on what else crops up.
He's excited to go to the city, yes.
Did something happen over there? You don't look very happy.
He's very good at showing excitement.
You know how it is. We've been together for a long time, so saying goodbye is, well, you know.
That tough, huh?
Well, yeah. Think about it. What if you had to give up your precious Caliscope? How would that feel?
Oh, that would be tough.
Which voice actor? This one? Because he's been in loads of shit, Rob. Outlaw Star.
Please, do you really have to compare Cosmos to Junior's collection?
It's Jim Hawking, if you've seen Outlaw Star. You gotta mute, that's right. Pastry's gonna go and leave some of her power, and we're gonna be there in about 15 minutes or so.
Good afternoon, boss.
Hey, welcome
Have a good one. Is it Shakiro Day?
Just now, Shen was... Huh?
Yeah. Oh, it might be the last one, actually, right? What you're saying, if depending on how well it goes. Here in spirit. We'll see. Xian disappeared as soon as her brother entered the room.
Huh? You're praying? Your chest? You're playing the drums? Man, I give up. What are you trying to say, Xian?
Not so loud.
Xian?
It's goofy music.
Heard somewhere before.
Oh, hi. Long time no see.
What the hell is going on?
I'm Jin Uzuki. Pleased to meet you.
The pleasure's mine.
But you already know each
So,
other.
You're both with Xian. Tell me,
Or was
has
that a
my
different
foolish sister
Jin?
been causing you trouble?
Foolish?
Quite the opposite. You know, we're actually very much in her debt.
Truly. You know, you don't have to be nice just because she's here.
Jin?
It appears I'm not very welcome here, am I?
Oh, come on. I didn't say that. I just...
Hey boss. I'll have what they're having, please. Extra spicy.
Hey, listen to me when I'm talking.
He said extra spicy, then immediately stared into the camera.
So, what were you saying?
Extra spicy.
It's just not worth it.
You could have called me. I would have come to meet you. So, how long are you here anyway?
I was busy. The only reason I'm here is because I got a sudden assignment. I have to spend tonight getting ready for the return trip.
Huh? Hey, I thought you said... Ow!
Never mind. It's nothing really. Oh, I wonder who that could be.
I'm enjoying these goofy cutscenes. Oh, we still have that weird device.
Looks like the tertiary equipment code's gonna take a little while. Probably about 2 or 3 days at least, I'd say. So I guess we could just take it easy for a while, okay? Chief? Is something wrong?
This is how I react when I have to go home for Christmas for like several days.
I'm guessing this isn't a practical joke.
What?
One is fine. Two are fine.
Your timing is so perfect. Thank you.
Huh? Wait, Chief.
I see. So, you'll be taking it easy for a while, hmm?
Okay, fine. I'll come back home, all right? Will that satisfy you?
Oh, right. Would the two of you like to come visit? It's not far from here.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. It's a family reunion. We'd probably just be in the way. Wouldn't we? Of course. We could also take you up on your offer. Just for a little while.
I'm really not in the mood for it, but I'll go home and visit anyway. It's a little ways from the city, but not that far. That's what the house on the map was. Got it. Boss? Don't worry your brother so much. You are all the family he has. Break all of his stuff! No more plates! I'm Chop, do you need something? I heard something's bothering you. You don't look like a bad person, so I'll tell you. I'm trying to cook a dish that will go down in legend. Say you're pretty nice to come here and listen to some stranger's problems while I'll unlock the door to the kitchen. Come see me whenever you like. Sweet. Wanton destruction. Wait, does that count as a... I always think it's crashed when that happens. Nope. So, this guy owns a bar called Moby Dick's, but in his photo it just says Dick's behind him. Which is really not great placement. The owner of Moby Dick's Cafe and Master of Curry thought she on everything she knows. Hobby, playing guitar. Look at that. This thing is an Elder God. Quite possibly. Maybe Dick's is a jumping bar to go to. Everyone wants to hang out at Dick's. Shuttle flights to the Durandal have now resumed. So we can go back to the Durandal, that's cool. Haven't been there yet.
Wow, chaos! This house is made of wood!
Yeah. And look at that. It's amazing.
Wood must be expensive in the future.
Man, this is so antique! It's too bad Guinan isn't here to see this!
Oh yeah, Junior loves antiques, that's why he uses handguns.
Knew what?
Again, with the Goober music. Why did they not release the soundtrack?
Hang on, Jin. What is this? I thought you opened a doctor's office.
What's with you? What happened to... It's good to be back home, big brother.
Sure, if this were a normal home. What happened here? Don't tell me you got bored and changed professions again. Honestly, you've never kept a job for more than 6 months.
Look, in this day and age, doctors are mostly just conversation partners for the elderly. In other words, counselors. I mean, aside from mental illness, everything can be cured with medicine or nanotechnology. There's nothing left for me to do. So why go to all the trouble of running an expensive medical practice just to chat with people? I can do that in any business. And if I can sell some stuff, that'd be just a bonus.
Oh, please. You just wanted to use your hobby to cut yourself a tax break. As if you actually invested much in your medical practice anyway. And what's up with these mountains of books? There is no way these were any less expensive. Where in the world did you get them all anyway?
Junior, please.
Half of them have been resting in Grandfather's storage for years. I'm sure you at least looked through them when you were a child. The rest are from customers. There are a lot of people with obscure tastes around here, you know. Building a collection is easier than you think. Now, shouldn't we attend to our guests?
What? Oh. I was so shocked at what you've done that I completely forgot. Chaos? Junior, come on and What are you doing?
Huh? I thought I'd go ahead and get these.
Oh, thanks, Xian. Come on, Junior. Let's go in.
Come on! What about these?
You can buy all the books you want later. Come on.
Oh, for fuck's sake. It really is criminal that they only released the cinematic soundtrack. Oh my god. I need that. I gotta find it.
And as for Pleroma, I went ahead and had it destroyed.
Is this Dr.
I
Octagonopus?
realized that the fortress was named after the immigration ship from Earth. However, we simply can't let something tainted by the Federation just float around out there. It's not a good policy. I suppose next time I could consider your feelings before eliminating such an historical relic.
An historical
Don't
relic.
be absurd, Sellers.
Peter Sellers?
Our current patriarch chose that name in his madness. As for my feelings, I couldn't possibly care less.
The Patriarch's madness? That sounds like something you'd say.
Margulis, what do you need?
Pellegrini. Soon Albedo will break old Miltia's seal. And the Patriarch will order the immigrant fleet to begin its invasion. All of this in order to secure the original Zohar.
And you want me to act as point?
No. You will operate on your own. The Commander and I both desire this of you. Don't forget to tell Richard and Herman. You three had better not fail me again.
Yes, sir.
He's serious business.
And so, you're saying you want to help them?
Yes.
I can't condone that. It sounds to me like they're a couple of skilled professionals. It would be foolish for an amateur like you to get involved.
An amateur? I've already made a difference, right?
Anyway, get some rest. Tomorrow we'll go pay our respects to Mother and Father.
Wait a minute, Jin. Not this again. I've already told you I'm not going to their graves. No, I absolutely refuse.
You're still their daughter. Since you're here, you should at least put flowers on their graves out of respect.
Just stop it. I can't believe we're talking about this again. Mom and Dad aren't even in those graves. You know just as well as I do where they are. Right? You and I were the only ones there that day. And if you had only been there sooner, they'd still be... I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... Either way, I'm still not going to their graves.
Awkward.
Well, I'd better get going. They're probably waiting for me, so
I'm very sorry you had to see that. It's a little embarrassing.
Oh no, don't worry. Are you guys okay?
Oh yes. We're still brother and sister after all.
I'm sorry, but would you mind if I stayed here tonight? Of course, I don't want to intrude.
You're not intruding at all. Please, you are welcome. Shion will be delighted you're staying.
Well, it's alright with me. Momo wasn't getting analyzed till tomorrow. Just come by then and we should be okay.
I will. Thanks.
A lot of very long cutscenes, just like the first game, which I'm okay with, to be honest.
Are you all right?
Sounds peaceful, doesn't it? On nights when I can't sleep, I find it easier to relax here.
It's Shion, isn't it?
You went horizontally offline. Welcome back, Maelstrom. How's it going? You missed some really goofy music and some really goofy cutscenes, but it's going well.
I've her as a child, but she won't.
I'll have to pull them up.
I think she must have gotten that from our grandfather. So, what is it you want to ask me?
You keep seeing Shion's tiny eyes. Yes, they're very small in the future.
Jin.
The reverse anime rain did a number on them.
Are you still...
That. 14.
So for whatever reason, Chaos, Jin, and the other guy, whose name I forgot, seem to be hiding the fact that they know each other.
Me to escape that curse. Or perhaps I brought it upon myself. The human race began its existence as a simple flock of hunters and gatherers. Eventually, we learned to control fire, and from fire, we obtain the power of the blade. Our consciousness constantly changes form in its unending search for the future. When a man finds a guiding light, he runs to it, sometimes forgetting its true nature in the process. Perhaps we humans are like moths, aimlessly flitting around the inviting candlelight, unaware of the outcome that awaits us.
Jen.
I'm sure she's caused you all kinds of problems. I know she's a problem, but please take care of her for me.
It's not like that.
I wasn't able to be with her when she needed me most. And now, thanks to that, I still can't let myself get close to her again. I think perhaps I'm afraid. I'm afraid that if I try to get any closer, she might turn me away, shut me out, and cut me off as her brother.
Don't worry. Shion talks about you all the time. If you ask me, she doesn't seem like the type of person who'd cut off her family.
She probably adds the phrase, no good, when she talks about me, doesn't she?
Well, sometimes.
You know, it's strange. I feel like I can talk to you about anything, Chaos. It's like you're much older than you look, as if you'd been alive for hundreds of years.
Funny that, because he hasn't aged in the last 14 years.
Easy. Junior makes fun of me for it. He always says, Chaos, you are so slow.
It's almost like you've been alive for hundreds of years. And then we'll find out that that's true at some point, I'm sure. And then it'll be like, okay, no surprises then.
Sorry to keep you.
I needed an excuse to get into my Xenosaga 2 costume.
Oh. Does it look bad on me?
Your eyes are way smaller in that outfit.
Thanks.
You sure you want to leave without saying goodbye to your brother?
Yeah. We talked yesterday. Honestly, I don't know what I would say if I saw him. You know, I'm sorry I can't be there for Momo's analysis. I've just got a lot going on right now. I can't leave Alan by himself. Plus, I'm worried about Cosmos too.
He's very breathy. He is, Rob, and he wasn't like that in the first game.
The analysis
it's like
isn't all that problematic.
between landing on this planet and getting here, everyone changed a lot. Some people change voice actors.
Sure thing. See ya.
He's only using some of his breath. So yeah, it literally continues like from the end of the previous game, and they changed the look of a bunch of the characters and the style, but they also changed a few voice actors, so it's super weird. Momo and the others are waiting. We have to get to UMN Control Center. We're going to do that next time. I'm going to go back to the city and save my game. Where is the save point? Sector 1, maybe? Because I think we're done for today. But it's been fun. This like getting to grips with Xenosaga again, and enjoying some goofy cutscenes and great music. I hope there's like a jukebox function in the game somewhere so I can rip the whole soundtrack. If it hasn't been done already. But let's call it a day there, and let's go raid Cowardly Pastry.